Sorry about that, guys. Hey there, my name is Coin. Most people call me Coin, and welcome to another episode of The Legend of Zelda: The Breath of the Wild. And also, greetings, Sizzling Seal. Let me get my headphones on, and all that fun stuff. And greetings to you as well, Shadows. Greetings to both of you, lovely gentlemen. Hopefully, you are doing well in health and in spirit, and may both of you enjoy your stay. And if you guys haven't checked out Sizzling Seal, please do so. They work quite hard on their content. I only wish I could be there. How went, excuse me, how did your stream go, Sizzling Seal? If you don't mind my asking, hopefully it went well. Before we begin, I of course would like to thank Mr. Rowan Darcy and Devious Grace for their Twitch subscriptions, their tier 1 Twitch subscriptions. I hope you guys both enjoy the benefits that come along with a Twitch tier 1 subscription. And while I don't have any one-off patrons or other donators today, I would like to thank people who have donated in the past. The donations mean more than I could ever possibly really truly express in words. Without further ado, let's go ahead and switch screens and we can get started. Thank you for the on-screen celebration. I don't know why it didn't do anything for you. Is that a when you redeem that, is that just a visual you get? Or I'm not really understanding the power-ups. Okay, everything's not sure, TBH? That's fair. Hey, I ask, but I know I know not to expect a certain answer. You did see it on stream, though. Okay, so that must be for you guys, not for me, which is totally fine. I just don't know how the power-ups work. Let's see. What happened last time? Last time on the Breath of the Wild, we went through Hebra. We finally cleaned that up. We finished off all of the Lionels in this last section. They are dead. They are dead as a doornail until the Blood Moon comes back. We wrapped all the way back around to Lake Tutori. We talked to the carrot farmer. We can't buy his carrots, though. We have to get them at the shop like normal. What else? What else did we do? I think that's pretty much it. We went around and basically did more of the same stuff. I don't think anything's really changed in that regard. I just had to take a second and think about it. Today on Breath of the Wild, we are gonna lock in on the Lake Hylia region, including this grove of baobab trees over here. That is gonna be the entire crux of the episode today. Hey there, Devious Grace. Welcome on in. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in health and in spirit, and I hope you enjoy your stay. If you guys have not, how was I not first? I mean, you had people come in earlier, Devious. What more can I say? But if you guys haven't checked out Devious Grace, please go do so. She works hard on her content, much like any of the other streamers on this platform. Her sphere and mine are pretty similar, but she deals with horror games and shooters, whereas I'm like dipping my toe in with Amnesia, which I will be recording again this week. the first episode of Amnesia: The Dark Descent, a game from 2010, is available on my YouTube channel, which is also Coinstamp, at Coinstamp YouTube YT. Feel free to check that out. The first episode is about 24 minutes. It's not super long, but and I don't think I left in a particularly flattering spot, but yeah, it's there. And it's the subscriber special as well. So we're approaching 75 subscribers on YouTube, so I'm really excited. Can you believe that was 15 years ago? I'm going to be 33 this year. I was 18. I had just graduated high school when that came out. I remember. Because I believe PewDiePie was like one of the first people to like really grow their channel with it. It's such a long time ago. Well, Matt, you're going to be 30 this year? You really don't. Once you start hitting your mid-30s, you're really going to feel a difference. I mean, I felt a difference when I hit 30. Yeah, I felt it was less physical and more. I mean, there are a few more issues that have cropped up with my physical health, mind you, but it's more mental. You lose a bit of the fire in your mind if you don't hone it, which is what happened with me. Damn. Yeah, that's kind of how it is. Let me make sure I'm not missing YouTube real quick. No, I'm not missing YouTube. Okay. What is this? Oh, is that The Mask? I see. I do need to work on emotes, but that has to happen later when I'm caught up and not perpetually behind. You just turned 26 years old, Sizzling Seal, this year, and you already feel old? Sounds like my sibling. They're, what, getting ready to be 29? No, actually, they're getting ready to be 30 this year. Actually, they're probably already 30 this year. Yeah, they're already 30. It's wild. And my sibling often complains of being old, and I'm usually referred to as ancient. Ancient. Absolutely ancient. I don't buy it, but meh, whatever. When you're the oldest in the friend group, in the immediate friend group, you do tend to get called old, ancient, really quick. What is this? Jillman Witch and Pepe emotes. If I believe I have some with 7TV that people can use. But, you know, it's mostly Pepe stuff because I know that's what people like to spam a lot of the time. That's my man's emote. He drew it, so sometimes you have them on your channel. Oh, that's cool. That's awesome. I'm glad you get good use out of them. Yeah, the Pepe emotes are pretty fine, if I do say so myself. You ain't ancient, you just age like fine wine. Oh, flattery will get you everywhere. It won't land you much with me, but I'm at least thankful. Thank you. Sorry, I could chit-chat all day, but we got places to be. We got Koroks to find. We are approaching 500 Koroks in this game, and we have... Make sure I've just not missed something along the way here. Yeah, we're approaching 500 Koroks. And in fact, as soon as we hit the loading screen here, I can tell you exactly how many. But I feel pretty confident we're approaching 500. We have hit 504 Koroks, which is awesome. That's over half. There are 900 of these puppies in this game, and the rest of them are all split between Gerudo Wasteland, Gerudo Desert, Lake Hylia, Eastern Includa, which is down here. That's with Lurelin Village and such. You have this region. I don't even remember what region that is. And then you have Death Mountain and the Acolin Highlands. I want to make sure I remembered that correctly. The rest of them, there's still a pretty good chunk of game to explore. There's still a pretty good chunk of game to explore, so we're not even halfway done with it. It's just we've approached half on Koroks. Now, if you guys want to follow along as I collect all these Korok seeds, because I cannot be arsed to do it normally by feeling out for every which Korok every which way. For you guys on Twitch, you can type in !BOTWMAP, and that'll get you the interactive map that I'm using in OBS. You can type in Firebot commands or look on my personal Discord, if you know the one that most people are part of. If you want to look at all the commands in real time. For you guys on YouTube, there should be a timer rolling out real soon. There should be a timer coming out real soon that'll display all the commands for you, but it's the same as on Twitch, just replace the exclamation mark with an asterisk. Also, I just realized, I apologize, Devious, you redeemed a cap, and I totally should do that. I got caught up in talking. Sorry. And yes, I'll go ahead and drink. Thank you for that redemption. Yes, the cap. I will go fetch the trilby. Let me just make sure I've got the timer ready. Any redemption on Twitch in pink has audio clips to go with it. Let me make sure. Yeah. Okay, putting that timer on now. You just get those few seconds for free. Anything in pink in the channel point redemptions is has an audio clip with it. The ones that cost 50 channel points, they're just there to press buttons, pretty much. And the interpretation of what the command is supposed to be for is on me. But for the ones in pink that cost more than 50, there's an actual function for those. Some of them will ask you to type something in beforehand. Other times I'll clarify what you mean when you redeem it. But I will eventually have audio clips for every single one of them. They'll all be pink. And people will just kind of have to read and figure out what they want to do. But let's go ahead and get back to hunting Koroks. While I'm here, I'll do other bits of bookkeeping as well. So I did go ahead and publish the next episode in the Dragon Quest XI modded Let's Play. That's happened. It will become publicly available on the 19th. So that's on Wednesday. Hello, Farosh. I don't need your scales, but, you know, thank you for showing your face. Much appreciated. Also, we're not in the lands of frost anymore. So you know what that means, ladies, gentlemen, and non-binary people? We get to put the stealth suit back on. I missed my stealth suit. It's nice to have. I like being able to sneak around and collect ingredients. What can I say? I obsess over crafting things in MMOs, and there's really no difference between here and there. Oh, hello. Nice find. Free shock arrows. I have 250, almost 250 of these things, which is really nice. Now, this bridge has tons of Korok seeds in it. Let me just make sure. Yeah, there are like 10 at least Korok seeds that string this bridge. But before we can even do that, I want to turn our attention to this spot right here and this general area. My reasoning is that there's actually quests we can pick out here, or like work on completing while we're here. And it's toward the mouth of that mouth of the river there that leads into the lake. It would be a river delta if it led into land, but it's not. Okay, well, we're gonna need to use Cryonis from here. And I'm gonna need to shorten the distance. Oh, you're redeeming a lot more of those. I'm gonna have to refresh the timer. And not my reasoning, but I will have to flick the timer on and on, off 5 minutes at a time. Let me ask an honest question, and you guys can feel free to comment or not, your choice, but do you guys generally like trilby hats? Because that's what this hat is. Let me go ahead and flick on the camera so you guys can get a better look at it. Yeah, this lovely thing is a trilby, and luckily for me, you know, flicking that on, I'll have to remember I owe people about a minute, because I flicked it on without allowing the timer to finish. Do you guys generally like trilby hats? Not to be confused with bowler hats, either. Bowlers are a different style of hat. Bowler hats are also relatively formal, but they have, they're completely rounded in shape, whereas trilbies kind of look like fedoras, but there's somewhere in between those two things. Hello. Farosh, I appreciate the lift, buddy, but I don't need it right now. Maybe later when it's not raining and I'm not headed toward a quest area. Looks fancy. Thank you. Yeah, I do have some other caps, but they're like Christian wear, or you know, bought in support of like a local Christian merch store, or you know, they're hand-me-down caps from my uncles and their friends. For those who don't know, I was born in the U.S. South. I was born in South Carolina. That's the state. That's about as far as I'm going with that. And that's real deep south. That's real deep south. I'm making sure to, you know, pull out a southern drawl to really emphasize that I can do that. The thing that's really common, if it ain't baseball caps, are cowboy hats. Because like southern culture is like a really common thing down here. And there's about a church every like city block, basically, or like almost every mile, and maybe not even that. Sometimes multiple churches line the same street. Make sure I'm just going the right place here. Thankfully, we can also use our handy-dandy Zora armor in order to get up the waterfall here without too much effort. Let's demonstrate that now, because I don't often get to pull this stuff out. Okay, so now I need to take a closer look. Ah, I see it. There's one on the other side? I know. I'm not the largest fan of non-formal hatwear or non-formal clothes. That's a me thing. Ladies, gents, and non-binary people. That's a me thing. It's just it's my taste in wear. Trust me, if I could have a top hat on, I would. Thank you, Seribot. We love you, Seribot. It's nice of Seribot to ban the spam. Look, I don't mind spam sandwiches, but I don't want it with, on Twitch. Because those are not spam sandwiches. Come on, Mr. Tease. And I wanted to pull out a bow there anyway. Okay. So we gotta take this sucker all the way over. Gotta remember the shape, too. We gotta take this all the way over there. And not, you know, have a stout bokoblin shoot at us all day long. It is making a pretty good attempt at being a crack shot, though. Not gonna lie. Okay, I'm gonna wait just a second so I can flick this timer on. Just real quick. Okay. And I have to remember the minute for Devious Grace that I cut off by accident. So sorry. Let's get this fixed, and then we can get that treasure chest in the water, which I know everybody saw. I am gonna need to use Cryonis to maybe get this block all the way up. Yeah, I think that's what's gonna have to happen. There we go. Flick that on a few times. The waterfall is going to make this really, really hard to do. In fact, it's going to make it impossible to do. I have to do this piecewise. I hate these kinds of puzzles. It would be nice to be able to take a shortcut, but I'll have to settle for the piecewise solution, I guess. Down here like this. All right. Now we should be able to actually solve this puzzle. Let's see. I think I know where it goes. It's like right here. You guys let me know if the game is too loud, too quiet, and so on. I'd be more than happy to adjust the volume for everybody. And that the same goes for my voice, or you know, the ratio of the game and my voice. If you guys have difficulty hearing me, please let me know, and I'll do my best to fix it. Oh man, dude, you came down here to try to, you know. Actually, you never left your platform. All right. Come on. Ah, nice to be rid of that menace. Okay, what else? Ooh, we could take a detour through the lake, but I do want to get the lake done first. Because once we circle around the lake, we don't need to find it again. Ah! Nope, that is a duck. I thought that was a Zora for a second there. Oops. Accidental lore. In the Wind Waker, the Zora evolved to become Rito. Yeah, that's something that that should absolutely blow people's minds. The fish people become bird people. Insert short tune of a short synthwave tune. It's like a really common one. I wish I could hum it for you, but I can't. I'd have to try to find the exact thing this was at, the exact spot where I know it is. There's a YouTuber who has a live channel, and I watch it sometimes, and that live channel has a series of Mario Chaos Edition, Mario 64 Chaos Edition. I know the exact, like, sound it is, too. If I heard it, I could tell it to you, but I can't. Come on, pop up. Thank you. then we can probably finally put the stealth suit back on. Look, all I wanted to do was demo going up a waterfall again, because it's not something we've done in a hot minute, because I really don't have much reason to do it. I'd much rather sneak around. This is the one game where I truly do quite enjoy the stealth, because it's simple. It's simple, it's straightforward, no thinking required. It's not no thinking, but like... Oh, also, I totally forgot to get the chest that I pointed out to you guys much earlier. Okay, and we'll flick on the timer for like another minute, and then I can take off this cap. I'll be watching it a little bit more carefully this time. Thank you guys for using the redemptions, though. I'm glad that you're finding something fun to do with them. Even if it is, you know, making me wear a hat for like 15 minutes, more or less. I'm pretty sure I have a... Do I have a cap on that? I don't think I have a cap on that redemption. I put caps on a bunch of the more disruptive redemptions just because, you know, I don't want people constantly making me avoid the word I, because that's the thing that people love doing with the, you know, what the fox didn't say redemption. People love that. The funniest stuff ever. I don't mind doing it. I just don't want it done all stream. I also want people to come up with different words, but that is a Coin's wishful thinking, the statement, and not, you know, anything else. If people want me to tap dance and speak like Khajiit, then I'll do it. Okay, give me just a second, and I will adjust the screens. Also, we're pretty good in... Now that is weird. That is supposed to have a timer. I do not know what's going on there. Let me check the fire... No, actually, that's one of the ones that doesn't have an audio alert on it. We're fine. We're fine. All right, gonna switch. Okay, just having to recalibrate some things. Is it gonna stay like that, though? Maybe. Okay, that's about as far up as I can bump it, so I'll definitely be playing through OBS for this. I'm going to put another timer for 60 seconds. Firebot is for a few things. Sizzling Seal, I'm glad you actually asked. So Firebot is managing things like the second rotating soundboard, where people can type things like !pomp, and they can get, you know, an audio clip from, you know, Breath of the Wild. Or, you know, if there were different audio clip for a different game we were playing, it'd be for that one as well. Those use a separate currency and everything. You guys can type in !overtones if you want to see your individual currency totals. Just like channel points on Twitch, there are a bunch of ways you can get more currency, mainly by being active in chat. Let me demonstrate it. That'll be far easier. It's that one. Yeah, so if you've subscribed for any amount of time, you know, if you've watched, if you're an active chatter, you get more. Also, you get a point every 5 minutes, even while offline. So, because I want everyone to have fun with the currency. I don't have enough people where I can lock that behind being present in chat, so to speak. And let me type 1 as demonstration for you to demonstrate for yourself. If you type that in without the quotes, you'll get an audio command. If you guys want to see the rotating soundboard commands, I have a channel for this on my Discord called Soundboard Commands. And you could look at those anytime. I specify the cooldown, as well as, you know, if there's like a redemption limit or something. Like, all that information is in my Discord and more. If I have a rotating soundboard, I better bloody make sure I curate it. Speaking of, I'm gonna put the timer back on the screen, and we're gonna obey it for like a minute while I finish calibrating this. We already got everything in the 2 chests. Lake Hylia has a dozen of these, by the way. They're just chests buried in the lake, and we can go find them. Really, really pretty quite nifty. Really, really pretty quite. Yes, what a sentence. I can English good. Promise. You know, it's really quite striking. If there's, like, ever any time where you could, like, feel like a treasure hunter, it would be in Lake Hylia, using magnesis to pull out a ton of chests in the water. Like, you want to kind of, like, if you're going to do that, I would periodically use magnesis to just kind of, like, scan for chests you like to pull. Okay, that minute is up. I'm going to go ahead and sit back down. Thank you so much for redeeming that sizzling seal. Much obliged. Might take me a second to adjust everything properly. Of course, people don't have to type in any of the commands if they don't want to. I want to make that abundantly clear as well. Just, you know, I'm putting them there. If people want to use them, great. If people want to use them, great. If not, not a problem. They're there for people to have fun. If people want to, you know, spam, do silly things in chat, they're more than welcome to that. If people want to lurk and just not do that, that's also totally fine. My job to entertain, after all. And unfortunately, you know, I know, I'm the weird person, right? And you'll see why in a second. There are a lot of streams that have, like, the Pokemon chat game, or hello, Bass. Nice of you to join us. Nice. There are a lot of streamers that have those kind of, like, fun chat game extensions out there, and I'm sort of using fun in a bit of air quotes. Everyone has their own definition of it, right? I don't know. For me, not for anyone else, simply my own perspective on things. When I'm in a stream, there are only 2 things I'm doing. I'm either lurking, because I have just found that sometimes I have to do that, or I'm engaged. I'm paying attention in chat. I'm making sure... Not only am I making sure I'm paying attention, you know, I want to try to be a voice that people can, like, rattle things off to if they're a streamer. Because I know what talking to what feels like but isn't a silent audience at times. I know what that's like. And having engagement can be one of the... Having actual, like, confirmation of engagement is a really nice thing to have. Of course, should you ever expect it when you're streaming? No, not really. And it's perfectly okay if people are lurking. It's fine. 99% of people do that. I just find that if I'm looking for people to talk to, I know other people are probably wishing the same, and I want to be that voice for them, so they don't feel alone, or they don't feel like they're staring into a camera, feeling like they're talking to no one, even if you know that's not true. And it's not true, it's especially not true today for me. But I can say there are a number of times where I have, you know, felt that way. It's a bad feeling. It's one I'm trying to, like, beat out of myself over time. I've had multiple years to do it. In my case, I am extroverted, so for me, it's a little bit harder. Because for me, I get pepped up and am energized by interaction with real human beings. At least as long as the interaction is pleasant, that is. I could talk to people for hours if I wanted to. I don't mind that at all. Other folks, not so much. And that's totally fine. The world takes all different types of people to exist. Takes a village, that kind of thing. I'm only explaining things from my perspective and why. I feel why I say, you know, when I'm thinking of how perhaps other streamers might feel, why I would opt to only lurk or only talk and not do anything else. That's all. I'm simply explaining my own motivations for things. That's all. Let's go ahead and equip the armor, because we're going to be getting out of this. We're going to be spending a lot of time hopping on and off this bridge. And the reason for that is there are a lot of mini games and setups on bridges like this. I need to be careful. That is facing a little too far to the left. These ones are not as easy as they look. Like, you want to make sure you're paying attention. He says as he gets it on his second try. What? It's just like, there's no natural transition, nothing. Just... Okay, I thought my game might have glitched out. No, it's just, Breath of the Wild be doing Breath of the Wild things. Apparently, weather is supposedly loaded regionally, and so it's quite easy to snap to a different part of the weather in a different part of Hyrule. It's pretty hilarious, all things considered. Okay, next ones up are like over here. I probably want to make sure I'm paying attention. What notch is this at? So if I zoom in on my map, you've got the archery challenge at one of the at the checkpoint. You got the rock toss we just completed, which is at notch number 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. So there's one here. And there's also one here. So something tells me that if I look under, there's going to be something underneath here, like balloons. Okay. So this one is the next one we would have found. So that's done. And this one, here we need to use stasis to knock it out, and we want a weapon for just such a purpose. Nice job, Link. Nice job, me, for that matter. Getting hit with a stone slab like that would probably kill a real person. If it doesn't, you know, pancake them flat, it's gonna... If it ain't pancaking them flat, it is absolutely... Okay, that's as low as I can make it. Alright. I think the camera is actually fixed. Yeah, if it isn't pancaking flat, it is most certainly gonna lead to a concussion that will have long-lasting effects, and perhaps a person with a concussion will wish they were dead, etc., etc. Hey there, Not Kaylee. Welcome to the stream. Good to see you. Hopefully you're doing well in both health and in spirit, and I hope you enjoy your day. How is your day going? If you don't mind my asking. And are you a Breath of the Wild newbie or veteran? I'm always curious about the makeup of my audience and what they might find enticing. Let me go ahead and just get up here. For anybody who's just new here in general, hi, my name is Coin. I am an action-adventure and RPG game enthusiast. It's what I do. I play everything ranging from, you know, games like these to something like Elden Ring or Dark Souls, like two very drastically different styles of game, or even things like Skyrim or stuff like that. But I'll play anything with a story, honestly, as long as it's not a shooter or something along those lines. Your day was fine? Good, good. You're quite welcome. I'm happy to inquire about your day. You really play Breath of the Wild, like, too much? Ah, so you're a veteran. That makes sense. I get a lot of veterans these days. What's your overall experience with it like? Have you completed the game, Not Kaylee? Or, you know, you stopped short or completed it more than once? I'm merely curious. I myself, because I don't ask people questions I don't answer myself, for the most part, I have streamed this game one other time before and basically made it all the way up to Hebra and then stopped after completing both Varuda and Varudanya. I've never been to the Gerudo Wasteland. I have resources here to help me out, of course. Resources that both, you know, other people in my community and myself have kind of put together to kind of help me along with this second experience. But for the most part, this is to actually make good on my promise of beating this game 100%. Hello. Let me answer this and then I'll focus for a second. You did. Awesome. 2 times for 100%. Awesome. And now I'm doing it for the 3rd time. That's awesome. It's nice to have a long-term game that you feel like you can replay. How do you find the 100% experience? Is it totally kosher? Or are there things about it you don't care about? I'm finding for me personally, the 100% experience is fine until you get to the Koroks, and thank you so much for following, really appreciate it. The Firebot notice is apparently off-center in that regard. Let me fix it. There's no getting it right with Firebot. Anyway, yeah, yes, exactly, Sizzling Seal, exactly. The game is fun enough. I do enjoy Breath of the Wild, but 100% twice with all Koroks? I don't know about that one. Nice. Okay, I blocked it just in the nick of time. All right, we're gonna grab the Lizal shield. Okay, at least these are the easy, like, initial Lizalthos. Oh, nope, that's unfortunate. Destroy my commentary redeem seems really rude. It just means I don't talk for 5 minutes. I mean, it is rude. That's kind of the point. But it's meant to be funny. At least it's supposed to be funny. Koroks are really hard to find. That's fair. Yeah, I would definitely agree with that assessment. Not Kaylee. Especially the random, lift a rock, find ones. Those are the worst. Followed shortly by the apple tree and random fences. I think those are also pretty hard spots to justify finding a Korok in. At least if I were a first-time player with no help. Yeah, Sizzling Seal, it is mean, but it is also meant to be funny. It's also costly. It's not as costly as, like, the... don't make me say don't make me say a certain word because it's more disruptive. But, I'll type in chat. That's my workaround for that is I'll type in chat and everything. So I have that nice little automation set up, so it'll just give you guys a little blurb about the advertisements. It's also my cue to do the streamer algorithm thing. Everybody's least favorite thing to hear in a stream ever. If it ain't the 30-second intro, it is definitely the shilling. So let's get this over with. If you guys like this content and hadn't done so already, please consider following on Twitch or subscribing on YouTube, or ideally both. I would really prefer both because I have content on both platforms. Helps the channels out. It's free and easy. Takes a few clicks. Make sure those notification bells are turned on as well, just so you don't lose any notifications on content that I make. Please also consider joining the Discord, which I will go ahead and put a link in chat right now. I'll also do the same for YouTube. That is the wrong chat. There we go. If you guys want to vote on games or check out any of the other resources I have available, my Discord is the place to find them. Additionally, if you guys want to vote on things, the Discord is the place to do it. We have two Discord voting items going on right now. One is to determine where we are headed after completely filling out the Lake Hylia and Farron Woodlands region. Because all we'll have left are these unknown regions, and I've honestly forgotten what this one is. So our options are, let me pick the Akala Highlands or, Death Mountain and doing another Divine Beast. So if you guys want to be part of that experience, the Discord is the only way to do it. Because I don't want to go over God's creation trying to get all the different places I could collect a response from. It's just easier if it's all in the Discord. Thank you so much for joining the server and subscribing to the YouTube. Not Kaylee, much appreciated. I sincerely mean it. The Discord process is automatic. Like, you don't need to get any other bonus rolls. Although, if you do want to be notified of when a stream or video goes live, or, you know, I publish a video to YouTube, do make sure to pick up the @Twitch or @YouTube roles in the roles channel on the server. There should be some instructions if you click around. Have fun with that, or don't, your choice. A lot of the transitions and automated things are happening based on the real world clock. So we have about 2 minutes before we take a break, and I put up some ads. I run 3 minutes worth of ads, so I really recommend that you, you know, get up, get a snack, or do whatever fits your fancy. I'd love to play less ads, but after doing some research and just scouring the internet looking for what everybody does all the time, 3 minutes is just usually the round answer that I have. There is a timer as well when the intermission comes up, when the commercial break comes up. So as soon as that timer is out, like it doesn't show anymore, you know, we're good to go. You should expect me back from the break and everything. I'm really enjoying the automation on this. I cannot possibly tell you guys how nice it is to be able, even though it puts me on a bit of a clock, I can't tell you how nice it is to be able to just have a macro or have a computer do it. It saves me so much time. So much time. See you after the commercial break, everybody. Okay, I am back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. Much appreciated. let's keep things going. Yeah, I was only commenting on the fact that having Firebot has just been such a boon for this channel, being able to just, you know, automate lots of stuff has been a time saver. I can't imagine spending 10 minutes, you know, waxing poetic about the commercial break and everything. I guess this makes the stream a little bit worse in the sense that I'm not chatting every single second, and I'm not talking to people every single millisecond of every second. You know, there is more dead space, so I do have to like fill it with actual commentary, and that's not easy. And the temptation is to get political because I'm just that type of person. I don't mind politics, although these days, oh, let me tell you, oh man, I don't think I need to tell anybody, but what is this branch doing here? I need to know. Why is this branch here? It's just a there's no way this is a random branch. That is so weird. Does anyone know what the existence of this random branch is for? Was this like a kid's toy sword or something? That's what I would think of if I saw a tree branch in this exact spot. It's nifty. I don't mind that there's a tree branch here. I just find it weird more than anything. Also, where is this? Are you serious? Oh my god. Okay. Well, I know what we're gonna have to do. Alright, let's get down and wait. As it turns out, the fact that this weird branch is here should actually mean the whole world to us. Okay, let's drop the sledge. And let's come back and grab this. That's right, this branch was a Korok. This one, I actually don't mind at all. I love this. It is weird. It's like the rock, you know, find a random rock. But I think it's like a really, really neat, it's at least clever. I like the placement of this particular Korok. It's clever. Unfortunately, I wish I could automate other aspects of the stream. Like, one reason I was late was trying to fix or figure out what was going on with Buffer. Buffer is a service I use to get, for X and for Blue Sky posts. Welcome back, Not Kaylee. Nice fishing harpoon. Welcome back, Not Kaylee. Good to see you again. Hopefully things are going well on your end. I was just talking about the social media management service that I'm using. It's called Buffer. It's really... It's nice. It's free. The free tier is pretty good. Not gonna lie. Can we search this or? Yeah, there it is. It's like right here at this wheel. Oh, hold on. You can, just like with the carcasses of the guardians, like the decayed guardians, you can actually search these carts too. You'll get flints, ambers, opals. Sometimes you'll get mushrooms. It's a pretty interesting it's a pretty interesting mechanic. I didn't know this applied to the carts until we started streaming this again, actually. So even though this is an old game for me and I've had it in my library a long time, I do enjoy learning new things about it. Is this it? Is this Korok seed? No, I've already passed where it is. Okay, so we have a problem, and that problem is this Korok seed requires us to climb this bridge, which we can't do because it's raining. So, let's see if the next one is something we can do. So I can use, like, Rivali's Gale to kind of, like, circumvent this, but it's not great. Rain is always on the times when you don't need it. Yes. I have a Twitch associate. Her name is Axel LPS. She also streamed this game. She commented a lot. She said she hated the rain in this game for that exact reason, because it would always come whenever they didn't need it, whenever they were getting ready to climb. The game loved doing that, apparently. It's loved doing that to me, too, for the record. I don't have as much of an issue with it. I don't, like, hate the rain. I have, like, a love-hate relationship going on with it, because I quite like the ambience the rain provides. Alright, I need you to just get out of here. Thank you. I was directed at the Lizalfos there. The stall Lizalfos. I wish I could automate my social media management. That was the topic of conversation I was originally trying to allude to, and then the rain happened and everything. I would love to post to both my Twitter and my Blue Sky accounts without even really ever having to look at them. I know there are like CSS widgets out there that do this, but pretty much every CSS widget I've seen charges like an exorbitant rate to do this. Well, not exorbitant, but I'm also broke, so it's not like I can afford much in the first place. But the rates always range somewhere between 16, 18, 25, 12, somewhere along those lines. Is there really... I guess I'm asking a real-world question, and I'm not really expecting a response. How difficult is it to tap into, you know, the CSS and the API for these social media platforms? I know X, that's Twitter, has a very, like, stringent policy on tapping into their API. No doubt, because certain parties have decided to take charge of X or Twitter and drive it into the ground. But even if we discount this and focus on purely the technological aspects, X has just decided, you know what, we're not gonna open source the API or anything. So all of those like auto posting services just don't work. Whereas Blue Sky has been fairly open about it. We're gonna wait for the rain to let up before continuing. I have a question for folks. What has been your favorite moment in Breath of the Wild? If you've played it before, not even necessarily like beaten the game, but if you've played enough of it to have had an opinion on it, or have good memories of the game, what's been your favorite moment? Mine, I think, has to be, as grueling as it is, would definitely have to go to the Trials of the Master Sword. I felt on top of the world when I managed to get the advanced trial fully finished. I felt really accomplished. I felt as accomplished as, you know, when I got a particularly good record on a Dark Souls 3 challenge run, because I do that sometimes as well on stream. I was always a big fan of like Team Hitless and you know, their work and what they were doing. Team Hitless is a group on Twitch, by the way, for those that just don't know, like, that side of gaming. Go ahead and climb very quick. Okay, there we go. We're up now. Ooh, sadly you don't have the DLC. Fair. So your favorite moment is you think you got the Master Sword and beating Ganon without knowing it did, like, nothing? Yeah, the Master Sword kind of being a MacGuffin, right? Yeah, that is pretty surprising. It's usually, like, the keystone item in The Legend of Zelda. It's hyped up a big deal, and then in Breath of the Wild, it's like, yeah, you know what, it's important to the story. It's got some nice lore, but you don't really need it. At least for, like, any kind of, like, decent ending. You only really need it if you want the good one, and you really don't even need it for the ending then, if I'm not mistaken. Darosh, I need you not to do this right now. Farosh. Alright, Farosh. Wow, you know what? Gonna be like this? Give me a dragon scale. Where is it? I know it's around here somewhere. Of course. I'll have to get it after we grab the flower trail again, but it should stay there for a few minutes. Okay, let's try to figure out where the heck I went with this. It's like over here on this side. Okay, yeah, I see the flower. I lost track of it when Farosh showed up. Oh my god. Oh, okay. You know what? I'll take it. I will take that turn of events because that means I don't have to do it again. Oh my goodness. Oh, yeah, that just screams this redemption right here. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Because that was a comedy of errors.
Not only are you incompetent, but shameless to boot.
I couldn't have done it that way again if I tried. All right, let's grab us a dragon scale as a just reward for that spaghettification of that Koroks seed. That I should not have been able to do that. Thankfully, we have enough stamina that I don't have to worry about drowning here. It's not for a bit. And we've even got extra rolled over. Maybe a new favorite moment will arise. When, I should just take this seriously. Where is my one-handed sword? Maybe I'll find a new favorite moment in this game when I get around to beating it. Maybe it'll be the thing we have to do to get into the desert. Because I hear a lot of people enjoyed the sand surfing and things. I know of it. I don't want to spoil it too heavily, but I know of the sand surfing. I know what's in the Gerudo Wastelands without having done it. This claw was plucked from the golden spirit Farosh. Its electricity was expelled before it was removed, so it's safe to handle. A store will buy it, but it must have some other use. I'm pretty sure those go in elixirs, or you can cook. I know you can cook with the scales. I don't know if you can cook with the claws necessarily. Okay, we have all of the ones directly on the bridge. So now what we're going to do is we're going to make sure that we haven't missed any Korok seeds in, like, the Scouts Hill area. We have these in the Eastern Abbey. Yep, okay, and overlooking any of this, there's not a Korok seed for a little bit. Okay. So we're gonna take a break from finding Korok seeds, and we're gonna head over to Hylia Island because I'm pretty sure there's a shrine out that way. Our buzzer kept, our Sheikah sensor kept popping off during all that. I'm trying to think of other things I can talk about. Outside of, like, favorite moments of the game, anyone have a least favorite moment of the game? I'm trying to think what that would have been for me. And whether or not it occurred this stream or, the stream multiple years ago when I was doing this for the first time. I'm struggling to think of something I just absolutely hated. Other than, like, individual Korok seeds, which I could always point to. I think it might have been... Yeah, previous streams, I actually kind of bum rushed Hyrule Castle. And having to sit through and die to Guardians, a personal choice I made at the time, over and over again, was wild. Also, some of the parts of the Trials of the Sword, dying multiple times on stream during the advanced trial. I've got like two competing, contenders for, my least favorite moments in Breath of the Wild. Again, outside of the Korok seeds, because I could talk about the Korok seeds all day. And it's not like I hate every single one of them, and I don't even hate the idea of the Korok seeds. I just hate their execution. I hate that there are 900 of them, scattered as sometimes just random objects and good freaking luck guessing where they are. I hate the random cryptic things that they sometimes ask you to do. And I hate that I know that the game doesn't really reward you for it either. Which I guess is fine. It's not like the game has to reward you for everything you go out of your way to find. I think there's something to be said for just doing things for the sake of convenience and then leaving well enough alone. But that is not the... Like The Legend of Zelda has conditioned people not to expect that, right? Let me make sure I'm keeping up with my map here. Like in Ocarina of Time, or Majora's Mask, all the activities had some kind of reward to them. Doing all the minigames gave you a heart piece every time, or, finding all the golden Skulltulas and, like, the spider houses gave you wallet upgrades or stuff. It doesn't have to be as earth-shattering as that, of course, but... and I will respond to that in just a second, I promise. I want to finish my sentence first. I think with the Korok seeds in particular, it's just one of those, because the fan base has gone so long, and granted, between Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, I would say people are partially deconditioned from this experience, or like resensitized to, trying to make sure I word this right. Make sure I'm not also attracting enemy attention, because I don't want to do that either. Not deconditioned. I think that's the wrong way I wanted to say it. People have sort of reacquired a taste for not expecting a reward every time they do something. It's still just a case of, doing too much of a thing and not getting a reward out of it. Like, the Korok seeds detract from the 100% experience, in my personal opinion. Welcome back, Not Kaylee. No problem. And you have a question for me? I see that the question is in the next line, so I'll go ahead and say it. Who is my favorite character of Breath of the Wild? Ooh, that's a good question. That is a toughie. I'm glad you asked that. I always have two contenders for this. Zelda herself and Mipha. I think Zelda is. I probably have to give the stronger character award to Zelda just because she's more developed in the story. She's just, there's straight up more to her. But I always loved Fishwife. I've always loved Mipha. I find her relationship with Link very deep and very charming, and very deep in the sense that it seems so simple on the surface when you look at the memory and read her journals. Because Mipha does have a journal. We could probably go find that actually if we have the time. But, oh man, that relationship is not as simple as it looks. And there's a surprising amount of depth to it. Rivali does give Mipha a good run for her money, though. Especially after, you know, being a little bit more of a mature of a person. You know, when I stream this, compared to when I streamed this game like 5-6 years ago. I'm just an older man now. So I have a lot more appreciation for the subtleties of characters, and my morals have changed too. But to answer your question succinctly, my favorite is Zelda. It has to be, just based on her character development and, you know, what the game shows you. But Mipha is like the runner-up. What about you, Not Kaylee, or anyone else for that matter? What's your favorite Breath of the Wild character, if and you don't mind the asking? Everyone has different answers to this. I'm pretty sure my sibling, who's beaten this game, unlike myself, my siblings is Sidon, for like a number of reasons. Sidon's like super popular too. Okay, I'm gonna get you on the main island so I can deal with you. Okay, gotcha. And we'll wrap it all up in a nice, neat shock arrow bow.
Rivali's gale is now ready.
And there is a sword down there if I want it. In fact, let me go ahead and grab that. Because I need to know what kind it is. It's Royal Claymore? Oh, but it's worse? Oh, but it's worse by about how much, though? You agree with me? With Zelda and Mipha? That's fair. But your favorites are Urbosa? Oh, yeah. Urbosa's also pretty good contender as well. She definitely fits the, you know, strong woman archetype. Who is wise beyond her years and is experienced in relations. She is a guiding hand for Zelda, given the relationship that given Zelda's history with Urbosa, I should say. There's a lot to like about the interactions between Urbosa and Zelda. And she is also, like, somewhat critical of Link, but she isn't, she's not spiteful about it, like Rivali is. Although I think once people understand why Rivali acts the way that he does, I think people will kind of come around to, like, Rivali's position on certain things. If you guys want to know, like a good basis for my rationale on Rivali, Sean Chiplock, that's the character, that is the voice actor's name for Rivali. That's who he is. His name's Sean Chiplock. And, oh, and it's spelled like the compound word too, Chiplock. Pretty easy. He's actually done an interview a couple of interviews on Rivali and Rivali's character, and after listening to him kind of come around, like explain the character, I'm more on board with his reasoning than I was, 5-6 years ago when I didn't, read the or listen to any of the voice actors comment on their characters. If people are wondering what I'm doing, I am faffing about, but I am trying to also get to a shrine and a Korok seed. Both are here at Hylia Island. The Korok seed is northwest of us, and the shrine is down there. I wonder if it is climbing that tall tree. I guess we're gonna find out. I'm trying to think if there were any, like, big reasons for... Oh, no, you saw nothing. You saw nothing. You saw nothing, Sir Lizalfos. Thank you. It's probably up here. Nope. Keep jumping. But I do hear combat noises. I don't know, and I want to like Daruk. I really do. My issue with Daruk is just, he's so flat. And by flat, I'm talking about a one-dimensional character, I don't know. I guess if people like big, buff, burly dudes doing big, buff, burly dude things, it's fine. It's just, I don't think there's much to him. But then again, I haven't seen... I know of the Champions Ballad. That's the other DLC. I have both. And so maybe, why is there combat noise? Someone or something spotted me and I don't know what. I don't know. I want to like Daruk. I like his personality. He's not like... He seems like a witless oaf, but he's really not. He has areas he's strong in and areas he's weak in, like all the other characters. It's just his are a bit more on the nose. And whenever we get to, Va Rudania and the Death Mountain and the Goron people, I'll talk more about Daruk then. But there's not really a character. Like a main, protagonist / support character I really dislike, or like, the most I could say is like, meh. There could have been more depth, but Nintendo is very much known for flat character writing. Very much known for flat character writing. Oh, hello. Nice stasis puzzle we have here. Shatter the Heavens. Oh, I remember this. I remember this puzzle. We gotta place a round... actually, I wonder if the force of it is enough, because I don't think so. Maybe it is, though? Only way to know is to try. I think I remember. So what we want to do is do this, then come over and set a bomb. Yeah, that's right. I remember you kind of having to, like, quick swap your runes pretty quick. A bit more background about me and just this game in general. I wouldn't call myself an expert. This is supposed to be a live Let's Play walkthrough. So kind of similar in vein to Chugga Conroy's Let's Plays or Alexandri's Let's Plays, but sometimes I've actually have not played the game before. Because I'm a huge Chugga Conroy fan. I just am. I have been since I was a little kid. Well, like a teenage kid. Okay, there we go. I want to make sure I get my thoughts together and then I'll detonate this. And so a lot of my like commentary style is based on those two particular YouTubers I just mentioned. They're both on YouTube. Alexandria is also on Twitch, but his is more of the, I guess we're going for the raw experience, and sometimes there's scintillating commentary. He's a nice enough man. I look up to both of those content creators as examples for what I can do with my own content given the time. And I've tried to emulate this with my long-form content as well. The Dragon Quest Let's Play series is also kind of meant to be a walkthrough. It starts off weak. I still need to rebalance the audio for this. And I think it gets better. Once you hit episode 10, it gets pretty good, in my opinion. As biased as it is. I timed that entirely to, I needed to wait a second more. Nice. Yeah, let's put that in there, please. There we go. We shattered the heavens. Just like that. This probably ain't the only time we gotta shatter them either. I think there's one more thing we can do. Sadness. Is it really just this one puzzle? You know, I remember doing it. I thought there were other puzzles, though. Not gonna lie. Wow, this is actually easy. I am genuinely floored by how little they expected out of you in this shrine. Unfortunately, I messed it up, so we do have to do this one more time, but... Sorry, I feel like I answered the question and then just kind of sauntered off. Not Kaylee, if you still happen to be there, I hope I answered your question on my regarding my favorite... I did. You acknowledged it, actually. Never mind. Sorry, I tend to prattle on, and sometimes I'll forget if I've answered a question or not. You know, I just want to make sure I'm doing my job as a content creator and entertainer. Hello, Eightfold Blade. A single-edged sword traditional to the Sheikah tribe, forged using ancient technology. It just may be among the sharpest conventional weapons ever made. But my inventory is full. I need more mana. I need to get some of the old World of Warcraft voice lines and just, you know, have them in as fun things people can spam. For those who don't know, I used to be a World of Warcraft veteran. That's an MMORPG. For those who don't know, this is a mainline weapon, I'm pretty sure. I'm gonna drop the Eightfold Blade. I just wanted to take it out the chest. There we go. And I used to be a raider back during the Mist of Pandaria era. I was a raider before, but that was like when I really sort of came out on my own, was around that time. Played until Warlords of Draenor, big guild drama, big raid team drama happened, stopped playing, pretty much withdrew from any and all friend groups I established during that time eventually. So, yeah, I'm really not proud of the way I acted back then, but sorry, that's kind of a sore topic for me, but that's just kind of my history. I've always been into big RPG games, and even though, you know, Blizzard has fallen quite far, first it was Blizzard, and then it was Blizzard Activision, and then it became, you know, Blizzard with Microsoft, and all that stuff, and even though they've fallen quite far, I think they've come back a bit under Microsoft's leadership. I feel pretty good about that. But even if I were, rich enough to play, not going to. Is that a... Please tell me that is not... Okay, let me look at this. Like, there's no way. That's gotta be a New Game Plus. Yeah, that's gotta be New Game Plus. Because we've already gotten everything on the plateau, right? Also, let me make sure I'm, not missing things on YouTube. It doesn't look like it. I don't know what's going on with Social Stream Ninja, but I'm just gonna ignore it. Just gonna not look at it right now. What else can I talk about? How's everyone's time at work going, if you don't mind my answer? And of course, if your work is like, I can't talk about it, okay, don't talk about it. But I'm at least going to ask. Most people that I'm, am, socialed up with don't have a job that requires basically a total non-disclosure. I had a friend who used to work... I still have this friend. Come on now, Coin. I have a friend that used to work for the GSP. That's a state patrol. It is the state patrol, and he's moved to start his own business. Like he left the GSP and went to do his own thing, and You're still on school, sadly? Are we talking high school? College? A lot of people that I know of are like in college. I've got some high schoolers that show up here though. Merely curious. I'm not one of those streamers that tosses out the high school teenagers with the bathwater. Some people will do that because they don't want to get in trouble with Twitch. I totally get it. Because you're supposed to have an accompanying adult or whatever. I'm a little bit more relaxed about that. It's just if we start talking about weird things or like adult things, then that's going to be a, I should probably make sure I warn all the people who are not an adult yet. So they can maybe, I don't know, mute the stream, check back in 20 minutes. I'm not sure how to say it in English. Dutch school system is different. 13. Well, welcome on in. That would put you in middle school, roughly, here in the US. As long as it exists, anyway. Yeah, I've had this talk with, like, Axel about school systems before. I know pretty much every country has, like, a different system. How is it over there in the lands of the Dutch? I don't know if you guys, like, break up your grades the same way. You probably, well, I mean, you don't. You just said that. But what I mean is, how do you guys break up your grades? Because the way we break them up is like, we have pre-kindergarten and kindergarten. Sometimes they're rolled up, sometimes they're not. Then we have elementary, which is 1st through 4th. Then we have middle school, which is 5th through 8th. And then we have high school, which is 9th through the rest. Of course, I may be using grade here when I really shouldn't, because grades probably don't exist over there. You guys probably just have schools where people of various ages, like, gather or go, right? I am very much the ignorant American in this scenario. Or like I'm someone who doesn't know as much as maybe I should about the world in this case, so feel free to enlighten me. Or don't. Your choice. Never want to force people to do things here. We're headed toward a Korok seed, for those that are like wondering what I'm trying to do exactly. Nice job, Coin. Really love that you did that for yourself, but whatever. Okay, but where's this pointed? And if it's pointed out into the lake, why? It's pointed out in the lake, because of course it would be. This calls for a movement speed buff. Provided we get rid of the dead that are trying to mess with us. We have like translated basic school, and that's for like 8 years. And then we've translated middle school, and that depends on the, yeah. Mavo, Havo, Whoa. Mavo is like pretty dumb, and then after that, And I actually don't even know. It's difficult. Yeah, I'll definitely Google it later. I will write that down, so don't forget. Because I'm 33. I'm going to be 33. Not quite there yet. So, my memory is not what it used to be. I have to write things down a lot. Just kind of the reality of aging. I wish I didn't have to, but that would require me exercising my brain more than I currently do. Okay, written down for my convenience later. Thank you for making a good attempt at educating me on that, though. I really do appreciate it. Means a lot. And me, being the silly American that I am, will be asking a lot of... may or may not be asking a lot of dumb questions. Although Google will at least clean up a lot of the dumb questions I would ask. Okay, let's see if I can get this part without using movement speed buff. We're probably okay if I don't do that. Yeah, we're fine. I don't know why I was freaking out for. Let's see. You actually aren't the only European that's in my audience. I have a lot of Europeans, believe it or not. I have people from all over. I have a frequent associate of mine. He comes to visit the channel often, and he's from Estonia. I have another Twitch associate. She's from France. I have another person who's been here a long time. He comes from Romania. I've had people from Italy. I've had people from even out toward the Philippines. I've had people from all over. So I'm always thankful for the differing perspectives that I have the privilege of getting to know quite well. And I think it also says something about, at least when it comes to Nintendo games, because this is how I've gotten my audience. I think a lot of people enjoy Legend of Zelda, or at least have good things to say about it. And or people kind of bond over it. I don't know what you were thinking of doing, Sir Stall Lizalfos, but it's not happening. Me, as the American living in the dark times of this era, the dark times of this year and last year, I appreciate the fact that people from all over stop by. That means the world to me, and I want to try my best at making sure I keep people entertained. I won't always be a happy, sunny person. I wish I could be that person, but I'm not. The most I could say is that I'm calm and composed and collected. I'm not, like, unemotional. I have emotions, but for the large part, I prefer remaining calm. So if people like calm, I think people are going to be in for a good time on this with this stream. If people don't like calm and they want hype and all that other fun business, that's cool. I'm not gonna meet expectations. It's something I think about quite a bit when I stream, is just the audience. I always try to think about what people might want out of a stream, and unfortunately, I can rack my brain over it all I want, but we all want different things out of a stream, so I gotta ask, because I'm curious, and this is directed at everybody on Twitch and YouTube. What do you guys enjoy out of streams? What do you guys like about them? And what sort of streams really click with you? I know for me, when I'm, watching a stream, I can be almost anywhere. As long as, A, people are being respectful, people are treating each other as human and not subhuman. I quite enjoy RPG content myself, but I'll watch almost anything, even shooters. Provided it's not... It really kind of comes back to, as long as people are not being treated subhuman, it's fine. I can even enjoy watching someone stream Hitman Absolution, and A, it's not strictly shooting, and B, it's a stealth game, kind of, and then I guess C is the bigger thing with those sorts of games, is just, it always comes down to what do people really want out of the experience. And if you're trying to experience the game, I'll enjoy it more. If people are looking for violence's sake, that's when I notice perhaps what people are actually in for, or trying to stream for. It's complicated. I agree with you. You watch everything, but I think that I like most the streams. I like the most streams where the streamer enjoys the game. Now, I wish that is something I could say. I do enjoy the game. Like, I'm being honest about it, right? At least I hope I'm being honest. I hope to God I'm not lying to myself, because that would be weird. But I'm not the most expressive about it. I hope that oftentimes I just kind of hope my words are enough. And if I didn't enjoy this game, I definitely would not be going for 100%. For those who've been here a long time, it may kind of seem like, oh, why would I even feel the need, the compunction to say this? Why? Well, for those that know me, I can be a pretty stubborn individual when I want to. And even when I'm not enjoying something, right, I'm still going to I'm going to give it my best effort. And if I'm not enjoying something, and it's not because it's... Sorry, let me try that again. even if something's challenging, I could still enjoy it. So, like, sometimes, especially with, like, Dark Souls or similarly difficult games, you guys have no problem chucking each other's heads, huh? And that's enough. And one more. Where is it? It's right there. There we go. That's all of them nice and cleaned up. I think for me... How do you have so many arrows? I have only 7. I grind is the short answer. The longer answer is, I grind and I also buy. So when I'm grinding, I basically try to do like 3 things. Number 1, mine. Take a sledgehammer, begin cracking open rocks, and fight taluses. Fight all of the stone taluses. There's one here. No, actually, that's a Hinox. There's one here. There's one here. There's a junior right here. There are several in Hebra. Go fight them all. Get a bunch of ore. Sell that ore. Especially opals and amber. I keep a certain amount of them and sell the rest. That's step number 1. Step number 2, after I've made that money from selling, I will go visit every single vendor. So I'll visit every village, Kakariko Village, Hateno, Zora's Domain, any of the stables, Rito Village, and so on. I will literally visit all of them and buy arrows, as much of them as I can stand in, including the specialty arrows, especially the specialty arrows, such as bomb arrows or shock arrows. And then, here's step number 3, and this is where even though I just said, grinding's a big part of it, and I talked about mining, here's the other bit of grinding. Lizalfos drop arrows pretty often. Not all the time, but often. If you go through the stretch of Zora River here, like, basically in the part where, you're constantly talking to Sidon, like Sidon is interrupting you while you go make your way up this river to get to the domain. There are dozens of Lizalfos just stationed throughout these, highlands in the river area. Kill those. And in fact, the best way to do it is to start from the domain and work backwards. And you'll sneak on every Lizalfos that you find, and oftentimes you'll get shock arrows as well. You won't always get shock arrows, but these ones will shoot shock arrows, and they're a pretty common drop. I also sometimes make a trip up to Ploymus Mountain, but this is not involved in those 3 steps. You mine, you buy, and you farm, and you'll get most of them. But if I want shock arrows, pretty specifically, I'll make a stop by Ploymus Mountain and just grab any of the free shock arrows lying around. Doing this gets me 250 of these suckers. I had pretty close to 250 before you showed up, actually, and I'm still lucky to have 240 of them, basically, right now. The first time I streamed this, I had exactly the same issue you did. I would constantly run low on arrows, and even though I would farm, right? I would do those same things I just told you about. It still wasn't enough. I would often find myself, you know, going bone dry on arrows, just not having enough of them. But then again, I also didn't do any grinding in my off time. So when I streamed this game, I pretty much streamed it every day and didn't really have, I didn't really take the time to do those things. Because I was like, okay, I'll just do it on stream, right? I'll do it on camera. Because that's what you should be doing when you're streaming, is do it on camera. Because that's just part of the experience. Well, I didn't do enough of it on camera, and so I never did any of it off camera back then. I'm gonna take this... Oh, right, a weapon broke is what happened. Okay. We can keep this fishing harpoon as a cheap weapon for later. I am wanting to find the next Korok seed, and I think I have a good idea of where it is. Yeah, it's like on this beach area. Yeah, that's right. I remember there was a magnesis puzzle. Couldn't deal with it because Lizalfos everywhere. And there's probably a cube somewhere. Yeah, I thought so. But yeah, that's how I get my arrows. I just work hard and do all the things I said about buying, mining, and farming. And by farming, I mean killing. Sorry about that, folks. I can run into the timer sometimes. Forgive me, please. But glad to be back. So, during the second hour of the stream, I try to get some major shilling done. And then I don't do any more shilling. So if you guys will please bear with me while I do the typical streamer thing that nobody wants to hear, I'd appreciate that. Thank you. So I've talked about, subscribing to YouTube and following on Twitch and all that other fun stuff. And that is more than enough. You guys don't even have to do that. Just being here and lurking is enough for me. And I'm appreciative of company at all. But if you guys do want to go the extra mile and support me financially for any reason, I have tons of venues to do this. On Twitch, I do recommend a tier 1 subscription that's going to give you the most bang for your buck. You get it's $6 US, but it'll be whatever it'll be in different currencies. You get removal or no ads at all, and I get the ad revenue that I would otherwise be skipping out on by not playing any ads or by having you skip them all. You get 5 extra emotes for your trouble. You get double quantity on channel points. You get a heightened rate on overtones. You get increased priority in multiplayer queues. Like, I'll go through my subs and patrons first before I check with anyone else in chat, so on and so on. Lots of benefits. And a lot more of them are Discord derived as well, meaning they're tied in with the Discord. So if you guys are subscribed on Twitch, please also join the Discord so you don't miss out on those benefits as well. That would suck to miss out on things because no Discord. For you guys on YouTube, I recommend Patreon or Coffee. You get most of the same benefits for $2 a month. I just can't give you emotes or a lack of Twitch ads. I'm also not a YouTube partner, so I can't give you like YouTube's in-house benefits either. Which perhaps might be something to think about. But if I could charge $2 for it all, I would. But since I can't, the rates have to be what they're going to be on Twitch and on Patreon Coffee. So, other than that, and even on Patreon and Coffee, there is like semi-exclusive content. I'm really behind on making some, but I am beginning to get caught up with everything I'm doing, so I hope I will get back to editing more of those videos real soon. I've got a ton in the storeroom. I just need to do it. So, I appreciate everyone's patience with me as A, I talk about all that stuff that no one cares about, and B, patience for the shilling today. Much appreciated. Let's get to getting some Koroks seeds. Let me see. Where does the map terminate? I want to make sure I'm not grabbing seeds where I don't need to be grabbing them at. Okay, so basically just this corridor right here. Okay, so we'll start by getting up onto the cliff face here and move from there. That's it, guys. No more shilling. I don't have to talk about the YouTube channel. I probably will still talk about the Discord from time to time, as again we do have a ongoing vote project or like vote items for where we're going next in this game, because I think you guys voting on this allows you to put your hand, your touch, your expertise into this like live Let's Play series. That's one of the ways I try to give back, is by putting things like that up for a vote. So if you guys want to determine if we're going toward, Akala or Death Mountain, or you want me to pick, go vote for that stuff. It's in the voting on content channel in my Discord, so just look there. All the instructions are there, and all that other fun stuff. There's also the longer-term voting item of what game we're playing next. We vote on games here on this channel. I've been doing that for quite a bit now. Maybe for a full year now, actually. It's produced some good results. I never would have met new people if, you know, my limited, narrow audience at the time hadn't voted on Breath of the Wild. I never would have met anyone else. I'm extremely thankful for that. You guys have the option. You guys also voted on Steel Rising. You guys voted on this game. And there's the potential for you guys to vote on Tears of the Kingdom. Tears of the Kingdom, excuse me. Speaking too quickly there. Or, we're trying to make it toward Mount Flora, in case anyone is curious about what I'm doing exactly. Well, there's actually a closer Koroks seed over here we should probably try to work toward first, huh? Now, let's do that. And I pray it's not a, you know, get a horse and come back up here. Because a horse ain't getting up here. It's like, over here? Yeah, I'll put a pin there so I can get a better idea of where I'm going. I have options on that voting item, ranging from, you know, Tears of the Kingdom to Shin Megami Tensei 5 Vengeance to, you know, revisiting old games that we haven't beaten yet, but have played before, like Tales of Berseria or Baldur's Gate 3. I have a whole slew of options. We're voting on 18 different things that we could be doing next. Some of which are yet another revisit to Breath of the Wild. So, if you guys want to be part of that longer vote item, you know, also join the Discord. All that other fun stuff. Maybe one of the things that I'll do is, like, make a short clip. Or a short, like, you know, 30, 45-second reel. And just kind of, visually demonstrate the different channels for you guys so that you guys know what you're getting access to. Okay, now we're headed up to Mount Flora. I work really bloody hard on all the features for you guys. And I would do it, you know, regardless. Actually, that's not true. I take that back. This isn't my first rodeo with a Discord. I should probably say that. I have owned one before, but, you know, I was a different man back then. I had a different mindset about Discords, and I guess maybe I was more lazy about it as well. I have a lot more automation tools at my disposal to help me manage the Discord. I have quite a few bots in there. They don't typically let people play fun, like, chat games in there, because that is something a Discord bot can do, is let people, you know, catch Pokemon and the like. But I think that's for the best. Quite honestly, I think we climbed this tree. I think it's for the best because that's not really something I want my Discord to be. I want the Discord to be a place where we can kind of talk and discuss things, but also a place where we can share pictures with each other or, you know, talk about the game being played and so on. And I think muddying it up with Discord games has the potential to make it worse, not better. Okay, so now we're gonna go into the Talbub grassland and then we'll head back up here. The Talbub grassland is Yeah, it's like this giant, like, clearing of trees here. That's what we want to head toward. The baobab trees are very pretty in this game. Anyone else like baobab trees? I like baobab trees. Did you guys know that there's a restaurant in Africa? I forget the precise country, but I know baobab trees are typically in like the middle portions of Africa, where like with the savanna plains and such. There's a restaurant that's housed inside a baobab tree, and it's actually really freaking cool. It's something on my bucket list. Something I know I'll never really achieve, but if I could ever go anywhere, it would be that restaurant. Just to say I've been inside of a baobab tree, you know? Just to say that I've been to a different land and experienced the nature that's being offered. Because nature is awesome. Nature is fantastic. Okay, I'm looking for an acorn. It's supposed to be dangling somewhere. Where is it? Ah, I see it. Okay. Yep, it just took me a second. Yeah, I'm a naturophile and a technophile, for those who are, wondering a bit more about me. I enjoy plants and animals and technology. What's not to like? I enjoy the zest of life, I guess is what I probably should say more than anything. I enjoy living. I would like to live a long time, but that takes effort. And you gotta go through, you have to discipline yourself when it comes to life. You can't just live it any way you want. You'll die fairly young if you do that. All kinds of ways to screw yourself over as well. Drugs, fights, fisticuffs or more lethal. Getting caught up in geopolitical power struggles and national shenanigans. There's, getting caught in the aftermath explosions of a chemical plant. And just so many, or getting mauled by a wild animal. There are so many ways to go when it comes to death. Just like many of its grisly flavors. But in my experience, in my purview, death is but a seasoning to go on life. It's the capstone. It tastes bitter, tastes awful. But it's the spice that reminds you why life is worth living. And if you don't live a full and well-meaning life, if you're not living a fulfilled life, someone else's unfulfilling life and untimely end will remind you why you should enjoy life. And why it is worth living. I don't think things in the world are particularly good right now. Without getting geopolitical or, getting caught up in current events. I don't particularly think that, things are going great for humanity, but it could be way worse. silver linings, and I know that's hard with dictators and despots staring us down every corner, and otherwise, techno oligarchs getting involved in places they shouldn't, and other geopolitical lunacy. I know that's hard to see because people focus on the ill, the negative, the bad, because it's human nature. It's what we do. But I think if you don't find something rosy and positive to hone in on and care about, you will find yourself a withered husk of a person with nothing or no one left to live for. And I think that's sad. If I'm gonna do my best to be that source of strength for someone else, because it's something I struggle with a lot lately, is finding reasons to smile, to be happy. There were more reasons. Okay, get out of there. This is the part where I roll out the commands, and I stop chit-chatting for just a minute. Yeah, Lionels take up a good bit of my concentration. I may be able to pause and, speak, but if I'm right in the middle of avoiding something, your statement will definitely be waiting a hot minute until I can pause, or something. It could be... let's get something going on this. With firing speed, and let's get some bombs rolling. You're not doing... Oh. I'll defeat you with a fishing spear if that's what I have to do, Sir Lionel. Okay, now we're back to using the relatively expensive weapons again. Yeah, how about them apples, Sir Lionel? Yeah, how about you don't generate a giant explosion? Only I can do those. Run. I didn't get very long to do that. Goodbye, Mr. Lionel, and good night. Go ahead and put a skull right there. Lionels are another excellent source of arrows. We get there. Oh, another rapid fire? Looks good to me. Alright, so up here, because there's no nearby Korok seed, so we're actually going to take yet another break from finding Koroks, and we're going to be heading up here to find, let's see, just make sure there's nothing else. Yeah, so it's going to be, it's like basically up here. Do I even have, no, I don't, right? Yeah, so like it's like right here. Yeah, so we're going to ignore that Korok seed for the time being, and we're just going to make it up the dusty Badlands, whose temperature is slowly rising as we get closer to the wasteland. And climbing is definitely not my favorite activity, but I am so glad we have extra stamina for this. I can't imagine having to, like, rely exclusively on Rivali's Gale or eat a ton of stamina-boosting foods to do this. That would be quite hellish. And if you really want to live the Skyrim mountain climbing dream, well, I don't think you're gonna get much better than by doing this. But let's make another save, and I feel like I've sunk in my chair a bit. Yeah, no wonder. No wonder I felt like I was so low in the seat. There we go. That's much better. Now, let me demonstrate how to defeat a Talus for the uninitiated. And this is probably a senior level Talus as well. We'll see. Let's see. I guess we'll, you know, rip out the Savage Crusher for this. Okay, gotta get off. Three, and you're done. Okay, I think we're okay. I think we're all right. And OBS just disconnected, so you guys may or may not want to refresh your streams. So, like I was just saying earlier, I mark all our kills so we don't lose out on them. That way we can always come back to them if we need them. And, you know, for grinding purposes for myself, it's like, right, we were determining whether I wanted to grab this Korok seed or not, and I think I'm still going to skip. Thank you again for the hydration redemption, Sizzling Seal. It's not water, but apple juice is pretty good thing to hydrate with. I probably should get some water before too long, though. Hey, how's the gaming? Gaming is fine. We had a slight blip with OBS. I had like a brief disconnection, but outside of that, the gaming is fine. We defeated a Lionel, we defeated a Talus. Like, things are turning up sunshine and roses. And that's a good thing. At least for yours truly. And in general, I suppose. How are things going for you, Mr. Sizzling Seal, if and you don't mind my asking? And I believe our next Koroks seed is, like, down here somewhere. And I definitely don't want to sit on a Savage Crusher longer than I have to. I'm afraid I'll, like, use it. This one rolled really good stats. When I defeated a Lionel during a grinding session that I will totally be working on after the end of the stream today, it rolled with plus 19 attack. So this thing has almost 100 attack power. You were doom scrolling earlier? It is an addictive pastime. For better or worse. Those people know how to hook people. I mean, it's not hard. You just tune into people's fears, right? And you just generally release negative clickbait. Or even if it's not clickbait, right? Like, it's still negative headlines. People are naturally worrisome creatures and cling to, like, the negative reels like it's no one's business. It's how legacy news media operates. MSNBC, CNN, Fox News, Newsmax, or, you know, whatever will pass for legacy media over there closer to the Philippines, or anywhere else for that matter. That's the purpose about with news, because when news becomes a business of making money, how do you make money? You, or even if it's not news, like you're talking about scrolling through Twitter or social media, right? But news is also tied to social media. Or, you know, unsyndicated radio talk show hosts, or people who are trying to form YouTube or alternative channels that react to drama. The better ones don't do this. It was Reddit. Oh, that's a hellhole, man. That's a hellhole. I mean, it's an important hellhole. It's the closest thing to a human one you have, but oof. Yeah, yeah, people speculate on Reddit, because you're free to do this, right? You know, you're less scrutinized for being negative in Reddit. Yeah, it unfortunately, I think we've hit a point with, you know, media literacy, and just based on the times that we're in now, being able to escape the negativity is a privilege that is dwindling real fast. It's a privilege we no longer have, if I'm being quite frank. As I've explained to my friends, I've explained to other people, you can ignore the geopolitics for a while, but in tough times, you can either deal with the geopolitics and negativity, or it will come to you. And when it does, you will be unable to respond. So it's like, in the modern era, I find that the negativity is more often a balancing act, right? You're choosing what negativity you wish to expose yourself to. If and you don't mind my asking, and please let me know if this crosses a line, what sort of negative things were you reading about in Reddit? Was this like geopolitical type stuff, or was this like more local, something more pertinent to you? You don't have to get super specific either. I'm just merely curious, because I am a huge Reddit person. I go to Reddit for a lot of my fact checking. I use it when I'm looking up things for the Dragon Quest XI Let's Play, and I need to know details because of the Dragon Quest subreddit and stuff. Like, Reddit is more of a resource now that for me than it ever was while I was in college, where I probably would have made more effective use of it then. But I also want people to know that I don't... hello. The spear's center of gravity is in its tip, making it a bit unwieldy for the average fighter, but in the hands of a skilled Gerudo warrior, it's a weapon of reliable strength. Oh, that reminds me, I never took a snap of the fishing harpoon. That was bad of me. I'm sure we can get another one though. I'm gonna go ahead and drop this puppy because we don't need it. Gerudo weapon is very pretty. I've always enjoyed this sort of style on weapons, art, and so on. There was a lot. Politics. The usual things people doom scroll about. Watching people do dumb stuff. That's not always a doom scroll, but I can imagine sometimes it is. And gaming. Doom scrolling gaming. Oh yeah, you know what? There's a fair bit of negativity in gaming these days. With things ranging from what people's opinions of Sweet Baby Inc. are to, you know, Assassin's Creed and Ubisoft and all of that drama, to Avowed and Avowed not doing for Obsidian what Obsidian thought. And just the list goes on and on. And of course, AI. Yes, that's like the top thing I see in Reddit. I'm not subscribed or like a part of any AI communities or anything, but even if I'm not subscribed, right, or I'm not following those communities, it shows up on the Reddit page all the time. And to make matters worse, Reddit has started, Reddit stocks have been tumbling. I think I know where we need to put this. It's right here. I'm sorry, what? But that's what's up. Game, you had better not. Sorry, my Twitch chat's reacting real funny right this second. If I missed anything, I do apologize. I think the last sentence was AI, right? I hope I'm not, like, going ape or something. Oh, AI. Yeah, okay, good. Thank you for confirming that, Sizzling Seal. Much appreciated. I don't know. I think depending on the context, AI use is fine. When it comes to the sciences, not like writing papers, but things like, let's say a new piece of technology comes out and it's called an autodoc. I'm referring to like Fallout universe when I talk about this. Hello, Bear Type. Welcome back. Welcome back to the stream. Hopefully you're doing well. It has been a bit. How are you in health and spirit lately? Hope you enjoy your stay. How's your day going? You know, outside of noisy trucks on the street, I'm joking, by the way. Outside of, like, you know, any issues we've had with the game or with chat today, I'm doing great. Got a drink. I've got good company, meaning you guys, which I'm super thankful for. I'm nourished, I'm well fed. There are things I could complain about, but I won't. You're good? You finished Gerudo Beast? Awesome! You did all 4? That's fantastic. So, is the DLC next, or are you getting ready to face off against Calamity Ganon? Is that what's next for you? Moving back over to Twitch with that conversation, I am... right. With AI, and I promise I'll read that sentence in a few moments, let's say there's a device called an autodoc, and it's got an algorithm in it. And it's trained on human anatomy, and it's trained on all the medical procedures that have ever been done, ranging from simple splint setting to the more complicated and highly experimental head transplant. Because there was a head transplant done in like the, I want to say it was either the late 20-teens or like the early 2020s, where they took an elderly gentleman and a younger chap and basically the younger gent was on the way out the door, and the elderly gent had a whole bunch of facial issues. So they were going to give him a new head. I don't remember the exact story, but I know this was a story. Made in practical international news, although it was practically short-lived. And of course, both men died, as is expected for an experimental procedure where you're literally someone is literally losing their brain, because that's what happens with head replacements. But it was novel. There were like over 400 surgeons assigned to this, I'm pretty sure. But let's say an AI tool could, do the work of 400 surgeons. And we could suddenly, graft whole new heads on people. That would be where I would say, okay, the AI could actually be of some use here. Because it would be able to, do the high intensity, high precision surgeries without much effort, or not without much effort, but there won't be any mistakes. There won't be complications. And if there is, you shut down the machine. That's how that works. But in cases where, it's art we're talking about, or, it's people, human products that are far and large based on the human experience, the AI should not be anywhere near that. That's where I sit. It's useful for the sciences. I think it could reduce a lot of human casualties. There's so much good that could be done with it. But because AI is in such a lawless wasteland that it is, globally speaking, people are doing ill with it instead. Because it's just easier to do for whatever, for money or for folly. Take your pick. Yeah, man, if we're going to go down the rabbit hole of AI and we're going to die with the machines killing us, at least give me the cybernetic implant. At least make this Cyberpunk 2077 or whatever, and let's just get the cyberjacking bullshit online. Sorry. I get on quite a soapbox when it comes to AI and stuff, because I have what I think is a nuanced take on it. I'm not totally anti-AI. It's new technology. It has to be studied, and people have to adapt to it being part of the landscape. But people shouldn't lose their jobs over it when people are already being willingly fired for no reason at all. Let's at least not add AI to this mix. I could go on, but I'm not. Let me move back over to YouTube and then we'll keep moving. You think DLC now? Okay. But do you want to get like 20 hearts and then Ganon? You got 15? You can do DLC 1 on that. You could probably do DLC 2 at 15 hearts. It depends on your skill, though, like with combat, because I know that both DLCs, and more specifically the first one, has a high degree of combat. So if you're not, if you struggle with combat or your fundamentals aren't great, maybe get more hearts. Or if you're just trying to complete the game, then that's also fine too. What do you do with your rupees? You got like 4K. Buy any armor you hadn't bought. I don't know. Buy ingredients. Or what I told not Kaylee earlier. You know, buy arrows. Just buy all the arrows all the time. You'll burn through money like crazy. Wow, you got a Power 97 Lionel weapon? I did. I got that during some off-screen grinding. I will be working on posting the grinding videos real soon. I just hadn't had the chance yet. And Sunday I would have streamed, but I had a tornado watch that day. And then after that I hung out with friends because I needed it after that experience. Don't worry. No tornado or storm ran through my area or anything. It was just, by the time I actually woke up and everything, because I slept as soon as the watch was, or the warning was over, my friends were like, hey, do you want to go hang out with us? And I'm like, yeah, sure. You also got a max stamina wheel. Awesome. We're like one turn in away from doing that. Do you think a power 15 bow with 3 arrows per shot is better than a 26 bow? Yes. As long as 2 of the 3 arrows connect. If you whiff or completely miss, then no. But as long as you're like making your shots, yeah, it should be better. The effect is most notable with bomb arrows, but almost any elemental arrow or other kind of arrow will work. I don't recommend ancient arrows though. Those even though you're still only spending 1 arrow, you're not really getting much benefit if you're using a multi-shot bow with a ancient arrow. That just seems wasteful to me. You want to double... Moving back over to Twitch. You want to double jump IRL? For sure, for sure. I'll say. No! Don't touch me. Oh my god. Please grab that spear. Oh! Okay. That was about to be, spelunking and expeditioning gone wrong. I don't think so. I've had enough of that. Whew! Yeah, only on bosses. It's good. Yeah, that would be a prime time to use a multi-shot bow then. Of course, the only non-multi-shot bow I have at the moment is a Phrenic bow, but Phrenic bows are also good. If there's any bow that is like my personal favorite to use, it is the Phrenic bow. I like being able to zoom in. What can I say? I like I like sniping in this game. Now we're gonna take a break from Koroks seeds with I'm sorry. Was there a... Oh, it's the flies making that noise. Okay, we're good here. I just wasn't sure. You got 4 ancient arrows, Bear type says. Safe for Ganon? Probably. Got to go? Gotta go to sleep? It's almost 4 a.m. That's completely fair, Sizzling Seal. I will make it to one of your streams and actually chat in it someday. Promise. Thank you so much for keeping me company, Sizzling Seal. Please get some rest, good sir. You've earned it. You deserve it. And you definitely need it after that doom scrolling. Thank you. And thank you. I really appreciate it. And I'll see you around. Hopefully sooner rather than later. Okay, what puzzle are we working with? Oh yeah, and I guess while I'm here and there are people in YouTube now, yeah, we're multi-streaming. If you guys on Twitch and YouTube want to say hello to each other, feel free. Or bye in this case. But I don't recommend long cross-platform conversation. That's not gonna do you real well. Okay, let me take a quick look around. You can stop that platform. Oh, I remember this one being a pain, actually. This is one of the ones I think I did, and I remember hating it. Okay, what does hitting the switch do? It looks like it changes the elevation on something? Okay, it changes the elevation on platforms. Okay, and this is how we get that particular one. Ooh, hello. Oh, is this all? This is also tied to that. Yeah, I forgot about. I remember this shrine. I don't remember it all the way, but I remember things being very painful. You got Mario 3D World and Bowser's Fury for a bit. Ooh, that's an interesting game. I do have it in my library, ready to play anytime. Okay. This is like an alternating configuration pattern. That's right. That makes a lot of sense. But you really loved it? You want to do a stream where you beat it or get all 100 shrines? Borrowed from a friend? Don't have one? You don't have the Switch one? Only the Wii U one? Is Bowser's Fury... Well, I know 3D World is like a Wii U thing. But I didn't know if Bowser's Fury is. Let me look that up. Not that I don't believe what you're saying. It's one of those, I have to see it for myself. So that I can wrap my head around it. Bowser's Fury is Switch only. Okay. Gotcha. Thanks for the clarification, Bear Type. I don't remember. The game has been sitting in my library for a long time, and I definitely do not remember. You got it from him before and played Fury? So let me make sure I'm not messing up your statements or anything. You sound like you enjoyed Bowser's Fury. Would that be correct? Honestly, best game. Best... worth it, Whoa, okay. Honestly, the best Mario game on Switch. Definitely worth it. Okay, it took me a second to parse, but I parsed it. Let's figure out where I'm going precisely. And also, I'm definitely going to have to do this twice. And I think this is going to be a time where we use arrows. And what's the deal with the moving platform? Not best? Sorry. Odyssey is your favorite? Understood. Yeah, Mario Odyssey is okay. I like that it tried different things as well. I could definitely see why people might think Odyssey would be a great Mario game. I don't know about me personally. Yeah, maybe the multiplayer aspect has something to do with it, because it's like, you can have like a sibling playing it with you, right? You know, you can control the main character and... Nice. you can be controlling the main character, and you know the sibling can get Cappy or whatever. Mostly nostalgia, but you really love it. That's fair. I'm trying to think of a game that gives me great nostalgia vibes. Yeah, I totally get what you were going for there, Bear Type. It just took me a second. Ooh, Metroid Prime 2 Echoes is a game that is an old GameCube game that I get great nostalgia vibes from playing, although for entirely different reasons. The Mario games are bright, colorful. Whoa, okay, hang on, I better read this. You meant single and multi for 3D World and Fury? No, you're fine, Bear Type. This is why I try to parse the statement out, right? I try to grasp at what you're saying, because I know English isn't your first language. English is a confusing language. Hell, I'm a native speaker, and I have issues with English. So I definitely think it's okay to have issues with English. It's all good. That's why I don't read the sentence as it's typed. I try to parse it. I try to speak it as though you meant it. You're just always going to other subjects fast. I suppose that does lend to part of the confusion as well, but we work through it, right? Oh yeah, I forgot about this. I forgot that you could lift this thing up. Okay, hang on. Let me get this situated straight, and I will totally read that sentence. This is so weird. And you just kind of have to wait for it to do that. I think, understand why you can stasis the platform. What was that on the screen, Bear Type? That is the automatic notice for advertisements. There's supposed to be a soundbite that plays with it as well, and I know I hear the soundbite. I don't know if anyone else is hearing the soundbite. Should, because I've got the source right on screen, but you never know. Make sure. What track is Firebot working on right now? It is on the first track. You don't think you did? That's weird. They're let me double check that. I'm glad you said that. Thanks. Because it would be a shame if if all you get is like an attention and then, you know, I shut up for a solid minute and nothing happens. That is the and alert timer. Edit effect. Nope, I'm looking at the wrong one. I checked. You think there wasn't any? Yeah, thank you for that, Bear Type. I'm glad you said something. I'm gonna look at this for like a quick minute, and I will be right back with you. Promise. That part is fine. That one sends to overlay. And then so does that one. Oh, no. That's why. I have it set to app default. Let's save that one. I'm going to do a test and just make sure people can hear it. Bear Type, if you would please, keep an ear out for me and let me know if you hear something, okay? Let me go ahead and do this. Attention, members of our fine audience. In just a few short moments, there will be some advertisements. Sit tight, stay strong, and hang in there for me, and they'll be over in just a few short moments. Thank you. It works, so you heard the whole thing, the little bell buzzer, and then my voice with an effect applied on top. Sounds like it's coming out of a, school speaker or whatever. Awesome. Thank you for letting me know, Bear Type. I've gone a whole month basically with and apparently nobody heard that part. Yeah, so Firebot, if I don't send it to the overlay, people won't actually hear it. Nuts, I know. Anyway, I've probably got less than 60 seconds before the intermission timer or intermission screen shows up. So I'm going to go ahead and answer nature's call and all that other fun stuff, and I will be back with you guys momentarily. Sorry about that, guys. I am back. I got caught up in a little bit of a conversation outside my office, but it wasn't. I hope it wasn't too long. Let's try to finish this hour and a minute. You know, I take that back. Also, wait, what? Okay, no, it looks weird because I'm reading the hour as 2 and not 3. Yeah, let's try to finish this last hour basically strong, shall we? Let me just get back over to this. So, yeah, I've got a request for you guys, because I'm not the most computer savvy person in the world. I know some basics. I know about certain widgets and things, but I am definitely no expert. If you guys would be so inclined and you're part of the computer world, would you please keep an eye out on any CSS type widgets? Something that will let me feed a, oh, no. Sorry, let me, actually look it up so that you guys don't have to guess what that is. It's gonna take me a second for me to punch this in, so hang on tight. CSS may be the wrong word. Okay, you got the words out of my mouth? But here, yeah, no, that's fine. So CSS is called Cascading Style Sheets. It is a computer language that dictates how a browser displays a web page. It's used to structure and style HTML or XML documents. It's technical computer stuff for how this thing displays a website. It doesn't create new elements, but it styles elements already created in like website building format. That's HTML. So how can you help? Well, what I'm mostly wanting people to keep an eye on is something in the free market, meaning I don't have to pay for it, of a tool that people use to post things to their social media. So I talked about this earlier, but you weren't here for that part of the discussion, so I'll reiterate it. The next thing I'm sort of looking to automate in my stream setup, because the intermission, the ad breaks and everything, I've got that fully automated. I want to automate social media posts so that they're sent out to Blue Sky and X and all the places I need them. Because A, I'm not social media savvy, B, I would like to reduce my time on social media, and C, it's tedious to have to, in addition to making a stream thumbnail and a bunch of other, like, small tasks, it's tedious for me to have to also post to social media on my own. And normally this is where I would say, okay, you know, obviously there are programs and stuff that do that at a cost. Like Buffer is one, and what is it? Sprout is another. I know there are quite a few social media managers, but they all cost like a whole bunch of money. And they do things like feed you a bunch of data. It might be better if I link you an example of this to see what I'm talking about, or like an example of a service I'm using. So stream's gonna get a bit screwy while I pull up the internet, so hang tight. you don't need to open that link or anything, bear type, but this is kind of what I'm referring to. It's a social media manager. I'm looking for something that all it does is post to social media. I don't care about the data usage or I don't care about the algorithmics or data that I could see by such a post. I don't, and I want to be able to schedule the social media posts. I probably should post that in the Discord if I'm gonna actually make a real request of people, but more or less, I'm just looking to automate that part of the process because social media is tedious. And again, it's really not great for your overall mental health. The less I'm on it, the better. So if anyone knows of any like widgets that just do this, that just do those one or two little bits of the social media manager function, that is post something to social media and then do it on a schedule. Those are the only two things I care about. There are tons of social media managers out there, but they're just to do that between two channels, two brands, so to speak, is somewhere between like $12 and $25 US, which is a lot of money. A lot of money for what is for a lot of what I don't really need either. It's streamer stuff. Really, at the end of the day, it's streamer stuff, right? It's definitely something I don't. It's not something I actually expect anyone to be keeping an eye out. Sorry, but you didn't hear what I said? You were gone? Oh, sorry. Let me simplify what I was trying to say. So, your last question was, more or less, what am I talking about, right? And I'm essentially looking for kind of a simplified social media manager that'll post things on X and Blue Sky together and do it on a schedule. But I don't need all the other fancy frilly stuff with it. I don't need to know the heuristics of my posts. I just want something posted. I don't want to pay people to do this because that's something else you can do, is you could have a physical social media manager, and that's one way you could do it, is with a person. A, I don't have the money, and B, I don't think anybody should have to manage social media accounts. That's super stupid. So I'm looking for something automated that costs nothing. I am messing this up so bad. I need to figure out, how exactly I'm gonna get to this, because I want the treasure chest. I'm trying to entertain 2 or 3 different strains of thought right now, and also not mess this up. Okay, run. There we go. That shouldn't have been hard. I appreciate you trying to ask or get a clarification there, type, but really, it's not really something I expect people to worry about. It's streamer problems. It's streamer problems. It's not really it's not really an actual. It's not something I actually want people to go out of their way to worry about. But if people do happen to see some social media manager widget or something, I would love to be a fly on the wall, or for other people to have ears to the ground, because Oh boy. Social media is kind of how you grow channels like these, like mine and so many others these days. You need to have a regular posting in a way that's like beneficial, in a way that respects the algorithms on social media, like how your posts get seen and stuff. Basically, so like Blue Sky, for example, their algorithm is very open, whereas with X or with Twitter, depending on who you're talking to, ooh. A small streamer you like is finishing Ocarina of Time Majora's Mask Randomizer right now. That's cool. After 75 hours, and he wants to do 100% Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, Deathless, back to back. Holy hell in a handbasket. What's the streamer's name? If and you don't mind my asking, Bear Type, I'm curious. I want to know, because that's hell on earth. I mean, good luck to them. I hope they get it. If he dies in Tears of the Kingdom, back to Breath of the Wild, yup. NK plays, right? Or is it MB plays? I better check. Merely for my own benefit. MB, okay, it is. Mm-hmm. I wonder if it's this instead. Nope, I don't think there's a Z in it. Bear Type, if you're on my Discord, I assume you are. Do me a favor, if you would, please. Would you mind linking that channel in the Discord chat? You could DM that to me as well. Whatever works for you. I'm having some issues finding it. I understand the description. It's just not coming up in a simple search or anything. I have to kind of not be on mobile. Basically, is the real answer. I would definitely appreciate a link. Thank you very much. Don't have to, but you know, I'm lodging the request. I'm leaving it up to you whether you want to do it or not. Or if you would mind or not. Okay, I think there is the Koroks seed up here. It's like right here on the edge. I can hear it. Okay, this one's short range. Or not. Okay, but let's not look away and miss it by some strange happening coin. Let's not do that. Is it just one, or is it more? Is there more than one? It looks like it's just one. Dang it. I need to be able to see where it's going at all times. And I kind of just can't. I'll wait. Wow, this takes a very long, convoluted path. At least it's over now. It's done. We can kindly move on. Let's see. The next one is here in a body of water. My guess is... Well, I was gonna guess... you know, a ring of lilies, but... You know what? It can be, It can be fairy lights. That's also fine. Let me reorder these. Okay. Ordered. Sorry for the confusing bit about social media managers, everyone. I know that's definitely not something people enjoy. Like, listening to. I think even if I talked about, you know, about the thing, rather than ask about the thing, I still don't think people particularly like it. Because social media is a hellscape, everybody. Blue Sky is definitely less of a hellscape, but it's not perfect. You do still have bots. You also have trolls that come over from X and make their way onto Blue Sky to make that platform worse. I don't think it's like anything anything coordinated, but there are people at least attempting to be trolls on the internet. Okay. Is this a Stalnox? It is! It's a Stalnox, everybody. Ooh, hello. Wasteland Coyote. Well, I am putting a mark here, and what time is it? 4 or 5 p.m.? Okay, well, there's the Stalnox. I see its bones over there. Let's try to be back around 10 p.m., let's say, in the game. And go from there. And in the meantime, we can take a break from that to do some more fighting. People like combat in this game? I hope so, because that's what we're about to do right now. As soon as we save. Somewhere over here should be a Lionel. Okay, let's try not to get in this Lionel's like view if at all possible. And let's also buff up before we do anything. Ooh, can you get the... Ooh, I'm sorry. Can you get the channel on the stream so people don't think I'm some sponsor to the guy? Feels odd. Oh, are you asking for permission, bear type, or are you asking, you know... I want to make sure I'm understanding your question. Are you asking where you can link it? Like, not on Discord. Okay, you're wanting to link it somewhere else. That's fine. You can link it in the chat. That's totally reasonable. And I'll write that down for later. Because, I think I get what you're driving at. If you link a random channel in the Discord, people are going to ask, what the heck is that? Right? Is that what you're driving at? Want to make sure I resolve this before I get on the Lionel, because I'm not going to want to look away once the Lionel starts. You're welcome, bear type. I'm glad we can iron this out. Hey, I'm not trying to make you do things you don't want to do. Or anything like that. Not at all. Also, you really need to go? No problem, bear type. Thank you for stopping by. It was good to see you again. I hope to see you back sooner rather than later. And yeah, have a good rest of your day or week or whatever, really. And thank you again for stopping by. Let's get this started then. Ha! Even though you saw me, I still got to mount you. Oh boy. Oh no you don't. Stop that. Okay, let's get a bow out and get serious. You think the link? Lionel fight, get him. I will. Make sure I've answered your question though. I think the link isn't given to you or isn't on the screen. Give it again. Are you talking about? Hold on. Trying to figure out how to get him with his own weapon. You got it. Sure. Let's get to it then. We are basically getting him with his own weapons. Although he's gonna get me. You got what I sent? Ah, okay. You're, it's on the Discord, probably. Or it's not on the Discord, but it's in a DM. Okay, give me a second. Sorry, I'm making sure I've looked for the thing you've sent. That's what I'm doing. Sent you a message on YouTube? Okay. Got it. Thank you. Oh, if it's like a... Okay, if it's on YouTube, let me look there. If it was supposed to be in the chat, then yeah, it definitely didn't show for whatever reason. But if it's like a message to me... If it's a message to me, it might be something I could see in the Google account. Let me check. Nothing there. There's no notices there. Okay, not seeing anything. Yeah. Sorry for this. Nope, no problem. I can get it from you later, bear type. That's totally fine. Yeah, thank you so much for attempting to clarify things though. Yep. Take care of yourself. I know you gotta go. Not gonna hold you up further. And if you check his streams, he's got some 10, 12-hour ones. I definitely will. Promise. I'm gonna write that down while I'm thinking about it. So I know the letters I'm looking for. Okay, written down. I'll leave you be. I'll let you get going. Thank you again so much, Bear Type. Yeah, I totally get you. I just wanted to write that down. That's all. Let's get to some fighting. Okay, can't stand that animation. swing or are you gonna charge? You're gonna charge. Okay. Fighting Lynels is really just, can you get the headshots? Can you get the stuns? Can you fish for flurry rushes? If you can do all those things, you are very much going to be able to win against them. Oh, you're very much going to be able to outlast a Lynel. If you struggle to do these things, and especially with the club using ones, you're gonna have a bad time. Okay. Good night, Sir Lynel. I hope you get a particularly fat crusher with a good attack power on it. And now I believe I will go ahead and drop off the generic bow. What do we get? So we got a durable, another durable one. Go ahead and sort these. Oh my god, we got another one. I got another one, my senators and inductees. I think this particular amount of luck should be against the law.
Stop right there, criminal scum!
Absolute perfection. Absolute perfection. I got no other words for that. Just 2 97 powered crushers. Absolutely fantastic. Now it is 7:20 p.m. in the game. I think we've got just enough time to get down into like the the clearing of baobab trees here, and grab this Koroks seed, and then we might want to like begin hoofing it back up to where the Stalnox is. This one here, I'm pretty sure is fly from one tree to another. Like this one up here, yeah, that's exactly what it is. Yeah, let's not do that and say we did. Man, getting electric shocks is very much not fun. Let's reorder those. Let's also equip the the claymore here. Okay, so up here, and we gotta fly to this other baobab tree, probably. Believe it or not, most of the early Koroks seeds are straightforward. The ones toward, like, the plateau area are pretty straightforward. It's once you start getting to, it's once you start getting to, like, these outer regions here, that's where you can spend a lot of time trying to, like, map out a Koroks seed so as to you know, get it right. A lot of times, especially with the ones I found later, like in Death Mountain and so on, it would take me many tries to get some of the more egregious ones out of the way. Ones that were near lava, and I believe with lava, if it's like not lava you can walk in, but like giant pools of the stuff, you void out. Nice. And right there. Oh, we actually got both of them. Cool. Yeah, with lava, if you can't walk in it, you'll void out and lose, like, a lot of health. You don't want to do that at all costs in this game. Voiding out due to lava is very bad. Well, I say that. I think you lose, like, what, 3 hearts? 4 hearts? I remember the price being steep. It's been a while. Maybe I'm over, like, selling it or whatever. I guess we'll find out whenever we get to Elden / Death Mountain / you know, Va Rudania, right? Okay. Let's go ahead and eat. Let's eat some food. We'll have to start going for the ones with extra stamina on them. Or we can just eat something that gives us attack. Sure. Save. Thankfully, Stalnoxes aren't all that complicated. Nice. Take some snapsies, because I do see some items. That's a Royal Halberd. That is a Hinox Tooth. That is a awful harvest. Let me move this out of the way so we can take some pictures. I actually never took a picture of this. Okay. Sure, whatever. Okay, so this one has attack up. This one has more durability. Well, let's not do that. This is what? Royal Halberd has like 32, 36 attack? If I remember correctly? It's like, okay, but it's not great. But at least we did finish it. Also, I'm gonna move this stamp. It's like over here, basically. Okay. Where do we head next? Probably the Daribon Plains? Yeah, I suppose it would be. All right, we got a long journey ahead of us. Time to get busy, I guess. Too bad we don't. We probably got to make food again. Or more succinctly, we probably need to make some elixirs, because we're not carrying around tremendous amounts of food, although we have a lot of it. It's elixirs. We really want to make a ton of those. So, do you guys prefer daytime or nighttime in this game? I prefer daytime, but I think I prefer daytime simply for not being interrupted by stall enemies. That's really more or less like my only reason I prefer day over night. Otherwise, I wouldn't really care. Now, if I'm playing by myself, give me nighttime all day and all night long. You know, I'm fine with it. I'm okay with the combat. You know, there are lots of horns and fangs. They're great for elixirs. You know, stall enemies, fantastic. But when I'm streaming, definitely not quite so much. Let's also not get involved with the enemies on horseback if we don't have to do that. Speaking of, just try to keep things moving nice and smoothly without causing problems. Like so. Alright, so it's Lavera Beach. Okay, most of the ones there are actually on the beach. Okay. Okay, yep. I think we can go and collect those. It's just gonna... I wasn't really quite sure where... like where we were being directed to on this map. And I guess while we're here, we can also show off the... I want to say this is an archery course. Mounted archery camp. What do you want at this hour? It's gotten really late. Why not rest for the night, You sure are a night owl, aren't you? Hello there, young man. I can tell just by looking at your trained warrior. But tell me this. How confident are you in your ability to fight on horseback? Pretty confident. Yeah? You got the skills to back that confidence up? Nothing's more dangerous than a man who thinks he can handle the worst, only to fall apart when the time comes. What do you think? Are you confident enough to prove... Are you confident enough to prove you've got the right stuff? How? Ever heard of horseback archery? They invented it way out east somewhere. You mean the Gerudo invented it? Way out east. It takes a lot of coordination to shoot targets with a bow and arrow... Sorry. It takes a lot of coordination to shoot targets with a bow and arrow from the back of a galloping horse. It does. I expect you'll run into mounted varmints now and again, so this will be a good way to get some practice in. So I'll ask you again. Don't you want a chance to prove you're not all talk? Sure. Good thinking. Keep it up and you might live to be my age. Now, for a young man interested in horseback archery, you seem to be in want of a horse. That's no way to drill. Head down that path there and you ought to come across a stable. Fetch your steed from them if you've got one. Get a horse, mount up, then come talk to me while you're riding high in the saddle. Sure. But I think before we do that, we're gonna make some elixirs, everybody. Because I think we could use them. We really don't want tough elixirs. We either want attack, movement speed, stealth occasionally. Like being able to have the Sheikah suit effect would be pretty nice. And temperature elixirs. Those are also pretty good too. Okay, so looking through our list of ingredients here, if you guys want to be able to keep up with the elixirs and like what I'm doing, for you guys on YouTube, if you type in !BOTWINGINFO, that's Breath of the Wild ingredient information. You'll be given 2 links. One will take you to a Google spreadsheet for a recipe guide if you're wanting to follow the cookbook. Since we're making elixirs, the other link you'll be given will take you to the ingredient metadata guide. So that'll tell you things like what level an ingredient is, like what baseline timer it has. The sheet even comes with a free Tears of the Kingdom link as well if you want to look at that one. And it just comes up with all kinds of information. This can also help you cook too if you don't care so much about what you're making, but how good it is. The metadata is a great piece of information to have, I think anyway. So when I'm looking at the metadata, and for you guys on YouTube, you can type in asterisk BOTWINGMETA. That's Breath of the Wild ingredient meta information. You'll get the link to the sheet and everything. You just won't get a link to the recipe book. You gotta have a separate command for that. Periodically, there will also be a commands timer as well that should display the commands for you. I don't have a commands command. Otherwise, I'd tell you guys to use that for reference. But all the commands are also available on my Discord, which I work really hard on, by the way. Anyway, let's get to making elixirs. We probably will only have about enough time to go to a stable and do a bunch of other small business. Okay, let's see. So we're wanting movement speed. There are only 2 ingredients that do this. Hot-footed frogs or high-tailed lizards. And thankfully, hot-footed frogs are just straight up the better one to be using. So now we just need to figure out what other level we're dealing with here. So if I use a Keese eyeball, it's the same as Moblin gut. Yeah, so let's look over all of our, like, monster parts. So we have 47 guts, 41 guts, 41 tails, we've got a great degree of tails. We got 10 more guts. Level 1, level 2, not interested. And we've got 59 eyeballs. And we've got 12 more guts. Okay, let's use a Keese eyeball. So level 3. And then we probably want a decent duration on this. And then something like this. So 3, 3, at 6, 8, 10, 12. High concentration of effect, but decent duration. And we'll probably make a couple of those. If I do that, I can go for the recipe. I just wish I could, automatically be holding the items out of a recipe. Let's, do a couple more just like this. Maybe on a crit we'll get a better effect or a longer time. We'll make a couple like those, and two of these. Last mid one, we'll want to make a high level effect for, a crit. We're going to get a high level one anyway. No, we're going to get a mid one with a longer duration. Okay, cool. Still got more of these, so we're going to use them. We want like 8 of these. Ooh, there are even some hearts in this. And for 7 minutes and 10 seconds, that's impressive. That is 4 ingredients, not 5, Coin. It would be really nice if you could just not mess it up. Making elixirs like this is pretty routine. It becomes a routine thing after a while. And if you want the most concentrated version of effects, generally you want an elixir. You make food if you want to have a generally good effect and also restore health. Making food or making elixirs is not strictly right or wrong either. It comes down to preference and situational awareness. Oh, I can see that sometimes the crit is like a random effect, which I guess is cool. All right, how many of these do we have though? 3, 6, 7. Order these. Ordering them is just fine. Hold. This is the last one. Okay, and this one restores health. Next up, let's use some guts. And this one I care a bit more about duration on. So let's make some attack elixirs. As soon as we can find it. We might not have a whole bunch of attack boosters either. That might be a food thing. Bladed beetle. Ooh, yeah, we actually don't have a whole bunch of this. Okay, it might need to be it definitely might need to be a food thing. Oh, okay, food it is. All right, let's instead try our hand at... I guess it would be stealth. Let's make a few of those. I guess we'll make 4. So we want a couple mid-grade ones with longer duration. And then we want a couple more of them with a high-level effect. Let's split those up. I'm also just going to drink this and get it out of my inventory. Okay, we got 2 low-level ones. Now let's make a high-grade one. And that's going to be... Now, if we go over and look at our stealth ingredients... We only have one, and that is the Sunset Firefly. So in instances like that, if you want a high-level effect, but you have a low-level ingredient, you want to add in a whole bunch of guts or tails or something. So we're going to do that now. Stop holding. You want to use all of the same kind as well. And then we will throw in one Sunset Firefly. Because I think the level is what's pertinent. I take that back. So is it like an individual level thing? I think there might be individual levels of effect. Max ingredient time is 1 minute. Use ingredients from food additional ingredients categories. Minimum time is 2 minutes. Okay. I'm learning there are some notes at the bottom of this, by the way, that can help you kind of like figure out what you're doing. I highly recommend giving the document a good read. It'll really help you out when it comes to playing this game. So I think what this is trying to tell me is, yeah, we want to, it doesn't even really matter so much about the level of the gut. This part's fine. We just want to use 4 fireflies. Ironically, this may be another one where we want to use food, because the firefly only has one level. Yeah, like look, the Silent Princess is a level 3 stealth effect that heals 2 hearts, whereas the Sunset Firefly basically is just inferior in every way, shape, or form, and is exactly level 1 effect. Yeah, okay, so the levels are based on their own effect in some cases. So I guess we switch over to food, and that means a recipe book is involved. What do we have for milk? We have a little bit. Let's try not to use that then. Sorry, I'm thinking of what I want to make here exactly. So rock salt, goat butter, a bird egg, and the herb in question, which I guess would be this. Mid-level stealth boost. Okay, I guess we get to do that again. I'll just make a few of these. And then we'll make a couple high-level foods. Probably don't want to use up too many silent princesses, because I think they're involved with a suit of armor, but I want to at least have a couple of high-level stealth effects if I really, really need them. And then I guess defense food or defense elixirs. Really, with defense foods, or really with defense effects, I always think you should pretty much make defense food. Because if you're at a point where you want to shore up your defense, usually you also want to shore up your health as well. So let's do that. We'll use a gourmet meat and 4 pumpkins. Double checking the ingredient metadata to make sure we're being efficient. So see, this is what I'm talking about. I'm still gonna make this fortified pumpkin dish because we don't make it all that much. Don't worry, I will go through on a stream one of these days and make all of the items in one sitting. I will make sure to do that. But you kind of have to throw in a whole bunch of pumpkins, whereas something like an armored porgy is just straight up better, and you could just chuck that stuff into a like a fish skewer or something. So if we go back and look at our fish recipes, we can just kind of quickly find one that has the porgy in question. We can even do a pretty good medium-sized one as well. So we can take some wheat, some rock salt, I'm pretty sure. No. Wheat and butter, and then 3 beautiful armored porgies. Had a gnat fly by. Sorry. What else? What else can we kind of make while we're right here? Maybe something with crab? Yeah, sure, why not? We haven't made anything with crabs yet. Razor craw. Craw? Razor claw. Bright-eyed one replenishes stamina, and this one increases defense. Okay, so we're gonna make an attack food. And this one is... Well, this isn't going to be a great effect, but it's going to be at least something. Rice, salt, and butter, right? Yeah. The more limited you are on an ingredient with a special effect, the more likely you are to just... Or not more likely, but unless you crit, right? If you don't have a crit, you're not going to get much of a boost out of these. So you want foods. If you're just like, I want to cook something, generally, this is just like carte blanche advice. This is the best thing you could be doing. Just take the crabs, slap them on a skewer. I'll even demonstrate right now for effect. I'm going to take 5 very precious bright-eyed crabs, and we're going to make a skewer out of them. Yeah, look, see, 10 hearts, you get whatever value you get whatever value is associated with that particular item, and then you just stack the effect. In this case, it's particularly good to do this. Let's do the same thing, but with iron shell crabs. This is what most people are doing. This is what speedrunners do. You just take the 5 of those things, mash them together, get a skewer. Occasionally they'll make like rice balls where rice is very cheap and it's easy to farm, and you can accidentally farm it as well. All that fun stuff. Now, of course, this is if they're like speedrunning the game legitimately and they're not wrong warping to clear Ganon in like less than 5 minutes. If they're wrong warping and defeating Ganon with a bunch of cuckoos, yeah, not happening. You're not going to see them cook a single thing. You might not even see them like use magnesis, or anything like that. Because I think you can beat Ganon without doing much of anything. I think most commonly the glitches happen after you've gotten off the tutorial, but like, the tutorial plateau. But that's really about. There's not much else to say about that. Let's go ahead and put a star by this, and then we're gonna go. Oh, the stable is like quite a ways from here. I don't know. Let's sit by the fire and talk to this guy, because I'm pretty sure this other chap is the one that gives us a quest to go get like the big horse. So big. Hey there. It's not every day that I see someone all the way out here. We're doing an ecological study on the wild animals in the area. We heard that there was a giant horse living in this region. Apparently it can't be found anywhere else. That was all we needed to hear. We headed this way to investigate right away. Giant horse? The really big horse in this region is likely part of a rare local species. However, with all the monsters roaming around, we simply can't go any farther to be so close to discovery. That's right. There's even a monster that looked quite a lot like a horse. Ah, you're referring to the Lionels, my fine friend. I approached it thinking at first that it was the giant horse we've been looking for. But it was terrible. Just from looking at you, I'd guess that you're an adventurer, right? You certainly look strong. Hey, how would you like to go and catch a giant horse for us? Leave it to me. Ah, you're a lifesaver. They say the giant horse lives around the Talbab grassland. That'd be northwest of here. Do you think you could catch it and bring it back here? Don't stress out over the request, though. Sure. Really? I can't sit on this? You can sit on stools to regain hearts as well. That is a Skyward Sword feature that carried right over to this game. Great feature. Excellent feature, honestly. Gotta go ahead and save. I want to thank everybody for hanging out with me today. I am so sorry that couldn't really stream longer or anything. I'd love to do that, but honestly, I think it's probably for the best that I don't stream more than 4 hours at a time. My commentary really begins to taper off after that point, and I start I start kind of being the navigational tour guide, and that's very much not in everyone's best interests. What I'm doing now is I am gearing up to raid. We're gonna go raid. I've got a perfect acquaintance in mind as well. If you guys don't know this lovely chap, please check him out. His name is Reaver of Bone, and he's playing a story game. He's playing Portal. Portal 2 to be specific. So if you guys want to see the Revenge of GLaDOS, go check him out. And his community is very, very nice. He's a very swell guy, but, behave. Don't worry. I think my audience, I think my senators and inductees are especially well behaved. But that's my warning. I don't want to regret it. Please. Make sure. Okay, there is noise. Good. So we'll be back on Wednesday, unless something happens, of course. With some more of this. It'll be at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, just as always. Make sure to have the thumbnail ready and everything. Please look forward to, on Wednesday, I have stuff on YouTube. I have Dragon Quest 11S, or 11 Definitive Edition. That'll be on Wednesday. And then I'll probably try to put it out on Friday. I'll have another episode of, Amnesia, The Dark Descent. Things are going to start getting real serious real quick in that game, and I hope you guys look forward to the 50 subscriber special that is that game. My name is Coin. For you guys on YouTube, I got nada for you. I'll see you on on Wednesday. However, for you guys on Twitch, we're gonna go ahead and raid Mr. Reaver. Oh, and I forgot the shout out. Let's do that. The gentleman is very cheerful. I think you'll like him, guys. That said, my name is Coin, everybody. This has been another episode of The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me. I hope to see you back on Wednesday. My senators and inductees, stay safe and do take care of yourselves out there. You're welcome in my hallowed halls anytime, whether by DM, Discord, Twitter, Blue Sky, or wherever you feel like talking to me. Feel free to do so. I don't bite. Promise. And with that, take care of yourselves and goodbye.